Well, they can't mute anyway.
So good morning, everybody. It's 8:30.
No much better.
8:30 on Monday, February 18th. Almost jumped ahead there for a bit. This morning we're going to be starting off actually and calling to order a public hearing that we have, and I'll be turning over to the Director of Corporate Administration to read aloud the notice.
Thank you. As required by the Local Government Act, a public hearing is being held at this time to hear from anyone who may be affected by the proposed changes to the city's zoning bylaw. The proposed amendment in bylaw number 4159 is to rezone the property located at 1409 100th Avenue from C4 Commercial Service Zone to RS2 Residential Single Duplex Zone, and there were no written responses received.
Thank you. So then I turn to the gallery and find out if there's anybody that wishes to speak on this. Call a second time. Calling a third time for comments. And seeing none, then we will close the public hearing. And on that, we'll move and call to order the regular meeting of council for Monday, February 18th, not March. And we're going to start off with new and councillor business. I see we have one here from Councillor McFadden, so we'll start there.
Thank you, Your Worship. For yourself and council, you have my report in front of you, as well as a report from the consultants that did a feasibility plan. I guess the bottom line is, in its present condition, the floatplane base is not safe to use, and it would require a whole bunch of money to fix. So I think just to get things on the table, I will just make a motion that staff be directed to work with the airport manager and work towards decommissioning and shutting down the base as soon as they can.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Parslow. Comments on that or questions? Maybe I'll start. Jim, have we had the discussions on maybe the cost on this?
Through your worship, the consultants pegged the cost of repairing the floatplane base at $350,000. Our internal estimate is $390,000. So in that $350,000 to $400,000 range. To
actually decommission or to fix it up?
No, to fix it up.
Okay, so decommissioning
it is a matter of decommissioning it is a matter of notifying notice to airmen that it is decommissioned. It will revert then to what it has always been its primary use, which is the finishing pond for the sewage disposal system, and the sewer utility is going to have to spend some money on the outfall and that sort of thing. But they couldn't proceed with that if new berms were going to be constructed, for instance, to use it as a floatplane base. So there will be expense, but it'll be relative to the sewer utility.
Okay. Good. Councillor Schumann.
Yeah. So the floatplane base has not been used over the last couple of years, is that correct?
It hasn't been used in the last 2 summers.
And prior to that, it was used often or not often?
Well, as you will see by the consultant's report, use has been declining from 2007 until its last use in 2012. There were around 400 landings, peak year of about 90 landings. There was a time when it was vibrantly used, but the charter industry's changed, recreational habits have changed. It's just not used the way it was at one time.
Thanks.
Councillor Kenny?
In the use, there was no charge for that use as well. Through your worship to Jim?
Through your worship, we make no charge to general aviation at all, whether it's rubber tire landing on the airstrip or float planes landing on the floatplane base.
So there's absolutely no cost recovery to the use of that floatplane?
There is not.
No. No. Councillor
McFadden, at a level of a peak year of 90 landings, you'd have to be charging thousands of dollars for every landing if your fees were going to recoup the cost of your repair. So.
Yeah. I just wanted to confirm that so that the public realizes that there's no cost recovery.
Okay.
The reasoning for.
Good. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Malkinson.
I just had a good morning, Your Worship. You just had a birthday. Happy birthday. Does this? I just wrote down a question beforehand, and I hope to ask it. I was wondering if this would hamper the COPA convention at all. I know that they won't be able to. I guess they won't be able to put planes in it or anything, eh? So it. I don't know.
That's a good
Through your
question, though.
worship, they wouldn't be able to in any event. If you were to make an alternate decision, which is, first off, it's not safe right now. You can't land on it right now. It is no-tammed right now because of these sediment issues and others. If we had a different direction from council to repair it, that repair work couldn't be done in time for the event this fall anyway. So in either case, there won't be floatplanes in the event.
Okay, any further questions?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment that it isn't feasible to maintain it, and obviously it falls under everything that running the airport when it's not being utilized, so really it's not cost effective to have it open for the community, so that should be put out there.
Okay, thanks for that. So seeing nothing further then, we'll vote. So all those in favor? Anyone opposed? And it is carried. Before I move on, Councillor McFadden, anything else?
No, thank you. That's it, Your Worship.
Okay. There's nothing else listed, but is there anything else under new councillor business that anyone wanted to bring forward? You're nodding, Councillor Melkinson? Go
Yes,
ahead.
Your Worship. The library board just had their, I suppose their AGM,
Oh, yeah.
and I'm sure they're, I'm pleased to announce as the liaison that Marilyn Bellick has been elected the new chairman of the library board, and that's exciting. We're looking forward to a good year there. And the, well, I suppose the library budget is included in the budget as well, but yeah, we've got maybe some additional details on that if there were questions from council, because that was just topic of discussion at the last library board meeting as well. So
Good. Well, thanks for that, and pass our congratulations and more thank yous off to Marilyn for us. Thank you. Anything else under new councillor business? So we'll move on then. Next item is minutes. Under 3.1, we have 2 sets of minutes for adoption. 2 sets of minutes. Councillor Wilbur and Councillor McFadden. All those in favor? Opposed? And it's carried. And under that, is there any business arising from anyone? No, so seeing none, we'll move to correspondence. Under 5.1 is the first one. We have a letter from the Nalakan Friendship Center looking for donations. So, Councillor
I'll make
Wilbur.
a motion that we receive for information.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow is seconding. Any discussion on that? All those in, sorry, go ahead, Councillor Kenny.
Couldn't they be recommended to look for a grant, like to go through the process? Could we not send them a letter asking them to apply for the next round of...
To see if they qualify, you mean?
yeah.
Brenda, remind me please, when we do a letter, when we receive for information, do we even respond with a letter saying that it was received?
If there is a request for council, we do send a letter to them explaining that we did receive it for information, which means
Okay.
council is not taking any action with it.
So would we be able to just add that in to this, that it would just be,
But maybe
please
they're
feel
not
free to
aware.
apply to the grants policy?
Yeah, they might not be aware of the process, and maybe they'd be a little bit more successful if they went through that process.
That's clean enough for you? Thanks. Any further comments then? So all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. 5.2 is a letter from the Spirit of the Peace Powwow Society, and they're looking for sponsorship for the 8th annual powwow in June. Councillor Parslow.
I move that we receive this as information.
For
This for
information?
information,
That's
yes.
one. Okay, is that seconded? Okay, Councillor Wilbur, and comments. Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be a Dawson Creek powwow, and I'm sure we'll be asked to support that in some way. So that's. I don't believe that we've ever supported this one, but I do know that we will. I'm sure there will be a third Dawson Creek powwow coming along this very soon.
This is the tape.
This
This is the Taylor
the
one.
Taylor one.
Yeah.
Okay. And yes, we did, in the Dawson Creek one in the past, we have
Yeah.
sponsored that, so.
Yeah.
Any further comments then? Okay, so all those in favor? Anyone opposed? It's carried. And 5.3 is a letter from the Honors and Awards Secretariat. This is the call for nominations for 2013. Councillor Schumann?
For information?
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor McFadden. And like in past years, usually council doesn't accept this and do anything with it other than trying to ask the media to any opportunity they can to pass this out. And if there's anybody in the community that feels like nominating or somebody, we definitely 100% encourage that. So, yeah. So all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Excuse me. 5.4 is the memo from the UBCM regarding our membership. Councillor Schumann.
Move that we renew our membership with UBCM.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Parslow. I have a question here before we vote on that, Brenda. Is it, this is something I assume that's in the budget every year, right?
Yes, I include this in our membership budget.
Okay,
It is
so,
included. It doesn't need approval unless there is some concern as to maintaining the membership.
sure. So Jim, is it something that we need, is there a way of just having this as a staff issue? Because for now, lots of other memberships, I mean, it's just, it's a line item in the budget, we've already approved
Yes,
it.
through your worship, the reason you see the UBCM and the
NCLGA.
LGA
Yeah.
requests annually is that both organizations in the past have wanted to demonstrate that they have positive resolutions of support from all their members. As you know, when you embark on that course, sometimes you get a surprise, as they did in Fort Nelson, but it allows them, when they are lobbying on behalf of local government, to say it was not some past council that agreed, it's the current council that believes in the membership.
That makes sense. Okay, any other discussion? So all those in favor? Anyone opposed? It's carried. And it is not quite 9 o'clock for delegations, so we're going to move on to reports. If you want to move forward to 7.1, first report is 13.034, and this is around the core values and the public participation policy. Councillor Parslow.
I would like to move the recommendation that report number 13-034 from the Director of Corporate Administration, the core values for the practice of public participation policy be received. Further, that the following policy be approved pending the required 30-day review period.
Excellent, thank you. And thanks for the input. Seconded by Councillor Schumann. Any comments? Councillor Malkinson.
Your Worship, I wanted to maybe initiate a bit of a discussion about how this exactly fits into the public engagement work that we're going to be doing this year, the public engagement meeting that we've got scheduled with corporate administration. Is this sort of setting the tone?
That is the thought behind it, but Jim?
Yeah, yes, through your worship, this policy will apply to not whether you will consult, but when you consult, how you will consult. And it is actually in the pattern of what you have been doing with budget consultations, which is the most expansive consultation you've done, right up to providing a written or verbal answer to every question that's asked. So the assumption here is that consultations will all, when you decide to consult, you'll provide an opportunity similar to the budget consultation for anything, whether it's a water issue or whatever.
Okay. Good. Any further questions then? Sure.
I think the point was made maybe by Jim that we don't consult on everything, but just major community-wide issues such as the water. But I think it's very important that we as council reflect on those core values and how we live them. Because, you know, there is, as Elizabeth May often talks about in her columns, there's a democratic, she believes, and I think many political scientists agree, that there's a democratic deficit in our country. And I think these core values are really high ideals, and if we live them, I think the culture we establish in consultation is very important. And one of the key ones, like for me, that I really, and I appreciate Jim finding this document and referencing it for us very much, that you know, if we get some feedback, it doesn't go into a dark hole. We give feedback back to whoever gave it to us about how we use that. And if we rejected it, why? If we modified it, how and why, and so on. And it's a dynamic process.
Mm-hmm.
But it's for big community-wide issues where council believes it's critical that we try to get public engagement. And maybe if we keep striving to do a better job at it, we'll get more engagement when we ask for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks. Anything further then? So all those in favor? Anyone opposed? It's carried. 7.2 is report 13040 from Mock Electric for a request to sublease. Councillor Malkinson.
Move that we receive this report from the Director of Corporate Administration, and that the request to sublease number 500 and number 504 115th Avenue to Advantage Relocation be received, and further that the purpose of the sublease be only for storage and parking large vehicles, and that the rate be set at $16.9250 per year, and that the term of the sublease expire 1 day before the current lease with Mock Electric Limited.
Thanks. Seconded by Councillor Schumann. Any questions on this? Okay, so seeing none, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? It's carried. Jim?
Through your worship, I think council should note that it's wonderful to see those lots being used again as opposed to being a big accumulation of junk, which they were for 20 years.
Yeah.
Was it only 20 years?
There was a business there for some of that time, your worship.
Let's move on to 7.3, which is report 13044, and this is regarding the RCMP lease agreement to 70 Vic Turner. Councillor McFadden.
I would move that report number 13042 from the Director of Corporate Administration, RCMP lease agreement be received, and further that the lease agreement between the city and the RCMP regarding a defined portion of space at 70 Vic Turner Road be approved at a rate of $3,600 per year for a 5-year term beginning January the 1st, 2013.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Kenny. And I just have a quick question here because we have two reports with 13042. So I just want to make sure that's correct. 7.3 is 042, and under 7.4 it's 042. So before we vote on it, I want to.
This report should be number 13044.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Typo, I think, eh?
Yeah, it was just the way it was read out and the way it's
Yeah.
listed, so we just want to make sure we.
Says it over there.
Yeah.
Yes,
Just-
yeah.
but in the actual
Do that
motion.
over again, or are you just going to amend
No,
it?
we'll just fix that in the motion.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, did that get seconded? Yeah. So, any discussion on that? Okay, so all those in favor? Anyone opposed? It's carried. 7.4 is report 13042 from the Deputy Director of Corporate Administration. This is the appointment of the bylaw officer. There's a couple changes we need to make there. Councillor Schumann.
I move that report number 13042 from the Deputy Director of Corporate Administration regarding the appointment of bylaw enforcement officers be received, and further that Sherry Bonnycastle be named as bylaw enforcement officer for the city of Dawson Creek, and further that the appointment of Chad Kaiser as bylaw enforcement officer be rescinded.
Okay, Councillor McFadden is seconding. Any questions? Okay, so all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried, and we move on to 7.5, which is report 13037. This is around the Dawson Creek Exhibition Association partnering request. Councillor Kenny.
I'll move the recommendation that report number 13037 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the Dawson Creek Exhibition Association partnering request be received, and further that city agree to receive $15,000 from the Farm Credit Corporation Agri-Spirit Fund on behalf of the association and disperse the funds in accordance with the intermediary area agreement recommended by Canada Revenue Agency.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Malkinson. And Jim, or maybe to Shelley, I know there's lots of information in that report there. Do you mind giving Cole's notes? Because, I mean, that has been up now for 6-8 months. I assumed all the bills were paid on it, but my issue is, are we accepting liability on something that we had nothing to do with by accepting this grant on their behalf and then passing it on?
Yeah.
Because, or did we actually do the engineering studying ourselves on this facility?
Well, yes, we are acquiring obligations under the intermediary agreement, Your Worship, and that has to do with accuracy of reporting. It does not have to do with things like the engineering on the work, although we also signed off on all of that in the role of building inspection. The obligations we assume have to do with ensuring that the money is paid out for the work that was spec'd in the application. And our understanding is that there is still seeding to put in and that work still has to be done. If that's not the case and we discover it not to be the case, we can't accept the grant and therefore can't pass it on, because the grant is specific that it is not a reimbursement grant. The monies have to be okayed, received, and then paid out. You can't apply after the fact. So if that turns out to be the case, then the money can't be transferred.
Okay, sorry, so the way I understand it is they can't just get the money and then give it to the association to put back into their bank account if they've already paid their bills. So it's
correct.
Okay,
It's
so it has to be ongoing work.
that's not the obligations we undertake. The obligations we undertake is to ensure that it's a qualifying grant, and in this
Yeah.
case, the Agri-Spirit Fund won't pay out for works that are already complete.
Okay. Okay, yeah, thanks. That's where I was kind of confused on that one. So, is there any other questions from council on it then? Councillor Parslow?
Not a question, just, well, yes, it is a question. So, reading your report, the report on this, I am assuming that the grant applicant identified the city as a partner without asking the city first. Is that correct?
That's correct at the time of the application.
So maybe maybe a letter of requesting the involvement at the before they actually apply and would be appreciated.
Absolutely. Through your worship. So when we received the application documents, I mean, from the discussion with Mrs. Patterson, is that because the grandstand is on city land and the city always has supported the fall fair, I think the assumption was made without the intention of overseeing the requirements of the application. So, I mean, the outcome that we want to achieve is to support this project, and just a discussion, and like you say, within the letter, it has to be outlined that there's very strict compliance regulation with this application, and we need to adhere to it from the city perspective.
Jim?
Yes, I would also point out to council that our own approach to this has changed over the last couple of years in response to a recommendation from our municipal auditor. The audit letter of 2010 pointed out that some of the transactions that we are completing on behalf of other agencies were not, in the opinion of the auditor, carefully enough tracked. So we have changed our internal procedures on this. So some groups that have been traditional partners of ours, and certainly the Exhibition Association falls within that definition. Probably were a little surprised to find out the level of scrutiny that these are now under as a response to the auditor.
Yeah. I mean, it should be noted that this is still a good news situation. I mean, Connie and the group out there did an excellent job with their fundraising and getting it to completion in time for the 2012 fair, and definitely want to congratulate them and commend them on that. I know that was many years in the hoping to have a roof over the grandstands. It's just unfortunately when you get at the city, we've got different rules that we have to follow for accounting practice purposes. So But thanks for bringing that up as well, Charlie, that point. Any other comments? Okay, so all those in favor then? Anyone opposed? It's carried. I think we got time for one more. Let's move to 7.6, and this is report 13041. This is regarding the Pooskupi water supply agreement. Councillor Kenny.
I'll move the recommendation that report number 13041 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding the Pooskupi water line agreement be received, and further that the revised agreement between the city and the village be approved for a 5-year term commencing on January 1st, 2013.
Okay, and seconded by Councillor Wilbur. Any discussion on that? Go ahead, Councillor Kenny.
Just a little clarification, like the 9,000, like the number that was, you know, that we're agreeing upon for the fee. Is that the total number, or is that plus
Yeah,
charges?
So there's quite a bit to this, but
fee. There's the infrastructure fee, and then is there something on top of that, or is it just that?
To your worship, that would be the extent of contribution to capital costs, but the Village of Poos is charged for their usage at the same rate that other customers are charged for their usage. So as it passes through the meter, previously there, as you know, we went from a frontage charge to an infrastructure charge, but it was never practical to charge the Village of Poos a frontage charge. So we had this separate formula for how they would contribute to capital. These changes establish them in the same situation as any other customer. They pay the meter charge and they pay the usage charge.
That's what I thought, but
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify.
no, it's good to have that explained.
As you'll recall, this comes out of a joint meeting the two councils had. It's taken some time to reach this point because, as you know, there's been significant staff changeovers in the last few years in Pooskupi. So we're happy to finally have it in front of you.
They've been stable for a few years, which is excellent. Any other questions on that? Okay, so all those in favor? Anyone opposed? And it is carried. Brenda, do we have our person?
All our delegations are here.
Okay, excellent. So with that, we'll vary the agenda back to delegations. Grab a coffee, it looks like. If you feel like it, Will, too, there's Will, and there are the seats up in the corner, too, for the media if you choose. We like to put you up in the corner. Thanks. So good morning. We're going to start off with our first delegation. We have some lovely ladies in attendance for the first proclamation we have for the Women's Institute Week. Patsy. So I'll just read out the proclamation and then I'll turn it over to you. How's that? So whereas the British Columbia Women's Institute is an educational organization for homemakers who, by working together, expand their skills, broaden their interests, and work to improve conditions in the home, the community, and around the world through service, self-fulfillment, and sociability. And whereas they sponsor and promote programs in agriculture, citizenship, home economics, health and welfare, and cultural pursuits. And whereas they function at the local, regional, provincial, national, and international levels with a range of activities broad enough to encompass the interests of all women. Now, therefore, I do hereby proclaim the week of February 17th to 23rd as Women's Institute Week in Dawson Creek. And good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members. We were asking that February 17th to 23rd be proclaimed Women's Institute Week in Canada because this is the birthday week of our founder, Adelaide Hoodless, who founded the Women's Institute in 1897 in Ontario. So we have spread rapidly across Canada, with BC forming the first women's institutes in 1909. So we've had them going in BC for over 100 years. And they've since gone around the world, with the Associated Country Women of the World being organized in 1933 by a Canadian, Mrs. Alfred Watt. And we now have over 9 million members worldwide. Our motto is for home and country, and you may see Women's Institute members supporting local areas in need, lobbying for improvement in the environment, health, and education, supporting agriculture, 4-H, farmers markets, and many other areas. This is why we celebrate the birthday of our founder, Adelaide Hoodless, on February 19th every year. We're proud of this worthwhile organization and urge women to join a branch in the area. We celebrate WI Week, and to celebrate WI Week, a no-host luncheon will be held at the Pantry in Dawson Creek, at the George Dawson Inn, February 21st at 11:30. All former, present, and future Women's Institute members are invited. We also like to promote the ACWW, Associated Country Women of the World. April 29th is ACWW Day, and we celebrate that day with a walk on the Dawson Creek Walking Trail, on or about that day. And our annual spring conference will be held this year in Rolla on April 13th, hosted by Landry Women's Institute, and visitors are always welcome.
Excellent. Thank you very much for coming in. Are there any questions or comments from council?
Say anything?
Oh, with 50% of our council's women, so I'm just wondering.
I'm interested in the age demographics of the ACW in our region.
You mean
What's
the
the-
average age of our members?
Well, do you have, the real concern is you have some young people who,
Actually, we're getting some young people in now. We've been doing things that they're interested in, and they've been joining us, so we're really pleased about that. Because as most organizations, we have gone down in membership as our older members have passed on, and it's been hard to try and get younger members interested, but they seem to be coming along now, so we're happy about that.
Excellent. Well, thank you, and I've got the proclamation here that I read out, and I'll hand this over to you. So.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you for having us.
Okay, thanks.
I think some pictures.
Oh. Okay, well, maybe we'll step over here.
You're okay?
It is. Thanks. Yeah, it's good to have you up there in the front. It's good information. I didn't realize it was going around. Yes. Thanks.
Just a couple.
So the second proclamation we have for the day, we have Ms. Ann Hickok in attendance. I'm going to read out a proclamation we have for Heritage Week. Good morning, Ann. That's right. Have you joined their group? So we have the proclamation here under 6.2. I'll just read this out. So whereas Heritage Week is celebrated in communities throughout BC every year, commencing on National Heritage Day, the third Monday in February, and whereas in recognition of historic houses and neighborhoods, the theme for this year's Heritage Week celebration is Good Neighbors, Heritage Homes, and Neighborhoods. And whereas neighborhoods and districts from earlier eras promote a layered sense of community history and contribute to visual appeal and variety, which enhances community attractiveness and livability. And whereas communities throughout BC mark Heritage Week to celebrate their unique history and heritage, now therefore I do hereby proclaim the week of February 18th to 24th as Heritage Week here in Dawson Creek. So, yes. And I'll give you a few moments if you have
Okay,
an update.
I just really want to say thank you very much to the council for supporting this, because it's being such a Well, it's old in one way and young in another way, this history. But especially, I want to say thank you this time for our new roof. It's not quite finished in this picture, but it's pretty amazing that it's been a long time coming, and we're really proud of it. And we do thank you so much. I'm sure we'll do a formal thank you some other time. But we will have a display in the window at Alaska Highway House, celebrating our unique architecture and the fact that we've moved an art gallery in from outside the city. And we're also going to have a display in the mall on Saturday for people to come and visit us. Thank you very much.
Well, I want to thank you too for everything you do, and the rest of your organization for volunteering to keep this alive in our community and keeping all the heritage there. I mean, it's really exciting when we have an opportunity to get out to Alaska Highway House, to Pioneer Village, everything we have in this community to celebrate our history that we have in Dawson Creek. And I think one of the opportunities this week, and I know we have another one with Tourism Week, where we try to get people in the community to get out and really see what we have in Dawson Creek, what founded Dawson Creek, and there's a lot of history there to see.
Yeah.
So.
And now if you could just find your way to a little more paint on the front.
That's how you do it.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah, that's how it's done.
Well, I was waiting for that.
Paint, yeah. In front of the railway station.
And I'm sure the paint's coming soon.
Oh, I hope so. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. We'll move on to our third proclamation that we have this week. We have we have Jeremy too, Mr. Dennis Lavelle in attendance. I'll just read out the proclamation. I'll invite you to say a few words afterwards. And hey, Jim. Sorry, Jim, didn't see you coming in too. So whereas the Dawson Creek Chamber of Commerce is a volunteer business organization working together to achieve a better quality of life, support business and the local economy, and to build a stronger community. Chamber Week brings awareness to the important work these organizations do to stimulate local economies, promote their community, and engage in multi-level advocacy, which benefits the entire province. As the key representatives of their business community to government, chambers actively listen to business needs and continually articulate them to governments at all levels. Chambers of Commerce support businesses through benefit programs, services, and education. Being community-based means that the chambers are funded entirely by their members, events, and sponsorships. This community investment is what drives Chambers of Commerce to direct, support, and stimulate local economies, and work collaboratively to create vibrant communities around the province. Now, therefore, I do hereby proclaim February 18th to 22nd as Chamber of Commerce Week right here in Dawson Creek. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming in, and I'll give you a few moments.
Thank you, Mayor Bernier. On behalf of the Chamber of Commerce for Dawson Creek and District, we're very proud to be part of the community, and although we have a lot of new faces, we're very happy to work with trying to encourage business to come to this fast-growing area. We've got a lot of people in the community that really mean a lot to the growth to Dawson Creek, and myself being a new person here, I find it very humbling to see how much effort is going into promoting the North. So on behalf of the Chamber, I'd like to thank Council for all it does as well in cooperation with business growth here in Dawson Creek. And is there anything else that perhaps Jeremy would like to add?
Sure, yeah. No, I was given the opportunity to volunteer at the Chamber of Commerce back when I was working in nonprofit administration fundraising, and I got to see firsthand how much the business community contributes to the well-being of the city and the region. So for me to now be serving on the board of directors is an opportunity for me to give back to businesses, and it's been wonderful, and I just want to thank council for their encouragement and support, and for taking the time to recognize the work we do on behalf of our members and our members as well. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the things from our end, I think the community sometimes forgets, is the majority of the business that we have in the city of Dawson Creek is small business, and small business that supports the chamber and supports the community as well. Whenever there's an issue in the community and somebody needs help, it always seems to be the small business that steps up and assists. And just want to thank you, gentlemen, and also your executive director, who I see behind you as well, who's been very active in coming to our meetings. I think, and we've mentioned this, and thank you, Dennis, because it's really important to have an active, vibrant Chamber of Commerce in our community and all communities. Sometimes we forget that it's not an adversarial role. It's actually a very complementary role between the two organizations, the Chamber and the city, because we're both looking for the same thing. We want to see business thrive, and we want the community do well. So thanks for being our partners to make sure that that continues on. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so maybe I'll invite you to come forward, and we have the proclamation. And Kathleen, you're not going to have to be shy.
No, I'm sure.
Okay, you're going to run the camera?
No, you're
I know people.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
We'll talk after. So we're going to move on to 6-4. Our next delegation we have is Mr. Larry Moody and Alex Reshney. And I'm sorry, gentlemen, you know, seeing the two of you, I should have a proclamation for you as well, but...
No, I'm sorry, we're not looking for proclamations.
But invite you to come forward. I understand, Larry, you wanted to address council. You have some ideas?
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. As you're well aware, the Rotary clubs, both clubs, are involved and have been for some time on the walking paths. And we've been shy of a bridge for some time. And so now we have an engineering firm and a concept that we think that will serve the purpose. And what we would like to do is get approval from council to go ahead with the project. And it is two 53-foot containers, welded them together, and then put windows in them to cross the bridge over there, to make up a bridge to cross the creek, I should say. And then we would be eliminating the problem of snow removal on it. And then also, now this is where the city could come in. They could put the solar panels on the top and light the inside. We were planning on putting the windows along the side, so there would certainly be light inside as well. And they would be restricted, of course, so people couldn't climb out through the windows or jump off. But it looks like it would be an excellent bridge or facility for that area. And we have an engineering firm now that are working on the actual, what it's going to take to put the thing into the works. So we're here asking the city for their approval to go ahead with the project.
Excellent. Well, thanks for that. So if I can, I'm trying to visualize this. I'm thinking bridges over Madison County now.
Yeah.
So
well, I have some pictures here.
Okay, good, because we're not talking actually down where you walk on top of the sea cans.
It'll be 100 feet, so
through
it'll
them.
Inside the sea cans.
I got you.
I have some pictures here, but of course this doesn't do it justice because they don't look very nice. But this here is actually a 2-lane highway done with in an undeveloped country, and of course that's not what it'll look like when we're finished. But this is an idea.
Thanks, Larry.
That's cool.
But what it is, this here's got two lanes of traffic in there, and they're driving cars over it, and basically what we're doing is just putting two of these containers end to end, and then welding them, and then having 106-foot open.
Well, we can thank the Rotary Club for all of their efforts to make sure we have the walking path, and we can thank Larry Moody for being innovative enough to come up with ideas like this.
This is here, I think it's the one you notice on the side there. I think it's designed for people to jump off, but in our case, we won't have it.
The water's not quite deep enough, and the bridge isn't quite high enough.
Won't be quite as far off the ground.
Thanks, Larry.
I'm going to keep this. Can I keep this? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any? First of all, thanks, Larry, Alex, because I know we've been looking for options for quite a while to finish tying in both sides of the path together, so we can make it a continual walk from the multiplex right to Rotary Lake.
Right.
and this something is needed there definitely. So behind the mall and down.
that
Yeah.
part,
Yeah, except
There's-
straight off 104th Street, or off 4th Street, I should say, down through there, we have it there, and the only problem we have is the bridge itself is missing, and even as it is, it's being used, and people now are throwing tires or whatever they get
Yeah.
across the creek when they need it, and we think that this would certainly solve that problem.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor.
I just wondered, do you need a motion to refer this to engineers?
No,
and
what,
staff, or-
well, we will, but we can't make motions in front of a delegation, so I've made a note
Oh.
under mayor's business. I'll bring it back forward underneath there, and then we
Okay,
can make a
yeah.
motion at that time. We just can't make official motions,
No,
so
no,
what?
I understand about that.
But what we'll do is definitely bring it up later in the meeting to have a
Yep.
discussion on where we go from here, but while the delegation's here, probably a great time to have further questions, so Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, well, this is needs to be done for sure, and it'd be great concept. So I understand that this has been proposed to you as a solution to this crossing by an engineer. Is that right?
No,
Or
we are
you?
proposing to do this, and we've contacted an engineering firm that will do the design and the structural part of the work to make it meet the city's requirements.
Yeah.
I got you. So that engineer would liaise with our staff.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because it would be, like all things that are great in this community, done by community groups and then donated to the community, basically,
Yeah.
we assume the liability, so it couldn't happen without being signed off by professional engineers.
Right.
Not that we don't trust Larry or somebody's welding, but because I've seen some of the stuff you've done.
Okay?
That's great. Any other questions, then? No, so we'll bring it up.
Awesome, thank you.
We'll bring it up again later to figure out how we go from here.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for the idea, guys.
Mhm.
On that, we'll move to 6.5. Mr. Doug Reagan's in attendance to talk about contractors. Good morning, Mr. Reagan.
Good morning. I'm going to sit down. I'm a little older.
That's why we sit down too.
I'll also have to read my notes because I don't always remember all these things unless I write them down. Like, I can't even remember what I had for breakfast. But anyway, basically, this is another complaining letter, you know. Thank you for your time. And those of you who don't know me, I've lived in Dawson Creek since 1971. We moved here to raise our family here because we liked the town, and it's been very good to us. And now that it's been so good to us, I feel I have the right to complain a little bit. So here I come, okay? In order to plan for the future, we must learn from the past. The first contract to come to mind is our illustrious Encana Center. The first quotes released to the public was that it would cost $20 to $24 million. The project was fast-tracked, and the city administrator signed an agreement with an engineering firm to oversee the project. They hired Calgon Contracting Limited to do the work. Work on the project started quickly, but before long it was claimed that because the price of steel and other materials increased to the point that the center would probably cost $30 million. This was still palatable. When a job was close to completion, the other shoe dropped. The engineer presented the city with a $20 million bill to cover his costs, in addition to the $34 million to complete the project. Total cost of the project now is $54 million. To date, I believe the cost is over $60 million, which does not include the paving the parking lot, which was paid for by trading 103 acres of industrial land for paving the parking lot. Also, when visiting the center, I noticed that the floor of the mezzanine was all cracked. Obviously, the concrete had been poured in very cold weather. Naturally, I wrongly assumed that the contractor would have to remove the substandard concrete and replace it. If the contractor was financially unable to do this, it would become the responsibility of the bonding company. That's when I learned that the prime contractor of the job was the city of Dawson Creek. Being the owner and the contractor, a bond was deemed unnecessary. Hopefully, I thought that expensive lesson would had been a bitter pill to swallow. It would surely not be repeated. So naturally, I assumed the city would hire a city engineer. Not so. The city administrator decided to stay the course. The plan to remodel the retired federal office building was approved. They again went south, hired an engineering company from Chilliwack. Again, the city as the prime contractor to do this $10 million job. Again, no performance bond. So the job got started. Most contractors and engineers would check the foundation to make sure it would withstand the structural changes to be made. Not our contractor. He starts at the top and works down. Halfway through the contract, the engineer decides to check out the basement. Word was there was a moisture problem. They did find some cracks in the basement wall. His response to the cracks was to excavate the entire north wall, breaking out the sidewalk and leaving an open trench and waiting for the rainstorm. The rains came and we flooded the basement. Brilliant strategy. Of course, the solution to this problem is to install weeping tile. Very professional, so the city of Dawson Creek determined to follow the professional advice. Now, for the second time, they were calling a contract to install weeping tile, or perf pipe, or drain tile, whatever you want to call it. Our mayor said not to worry, this not affect the taxpayers because it would take it out of fair share. Now it may become even more interesting when you finish installing the weeping tile and discover that when the post office was built in 1957-58, you were forbidden by the city engineer to hook up weeping tile to any sewer line in the city because the sewer lines would not handle the increased volume of water. Solution? Give the engineer a few more $1 million of our taxpayer money, so he can install a sewer line. So the $3 million whoopsie that Mr. Shute stated in a previous council meeting will be peanuts compared to the expanded contract will cost. The old post office survived for 55 years without weeping tile. And it probably lasts another 50 if you use some of the options that are available. But you won't get them from your present consulting engineer. You would be well advised to hire a city engineer who would be making decisions that are beneficial to the city of Dawson Creek and not to the consulting firm's coffers. But this is yeah. Now there's a saving grace. Since then, I hadn't run across this press release that Kevin prepared for them. It's a residential contractors have 2 new regulations to follow. Following the position of other cities in the region, Dawson Creek has now made it mandatory for all future houses to have a sump and solar panel ready. In other words, do what we've been doing for the last 50 years. When you have a bad basement, you dig a sump, you put a sump pump in, you pump the water out. We weren't allowed to put weeping tile in, remember that? You're not allowed to put weeping tile in the post office neither if it comes right down to it. So scrap that idea, go with Kevin's idea of sump pumps, 1 or 2 or whatever it takes, but not something that's going to cost $750,000 to get a contractor in to do. You can, I'll leave you a copy of this. The bylaw states what you have to do, and in essence it says you do not use weeping tile you put in a little sump, you put in a sump pump, the sump pump pumps it out to the surface, and gravity takes over. I will leave you a copy of this if you want to read this bylaw. I'm sure you'd find it someplace else, but that is my submission for today.
So can I ask
It
Mr.
sounds like I'm being rude, and maybe I am, but that's my opinion. I've lived here for 40 years. I'm entitled to have an opinion.
You absolutely are entitled to your opinion. I would encourage you, there was quite a few inaccuracies in your comments. I would encourage that you read the multiplex narrative that would explain some of the information. We also have quite a few reports on our website, and unfortunately I don't remember seeing you at our public meetings when we had all the information on the post office where we were explaining the information on that. But there is lots of information on our website of the decisions that were made and why. But I guess my question to you, aside from all of that, is, so I assume you're going to come to our budget meeting then? You're asking the city to spend money to hire more staff? Is that what you're asking? I'm trying to understand your concern.
Just hang on there a second. No.
You said hire?
Yes, just,
okay.
Yes. I'm going to quantify that by saying, hey, I'm getting tired of listening to these consultants come in here and voice their opinion, and every one of them, I've listened to them. When you get through, what have they said? Whatever it is they've said has always been simple, common sense. So let's hire an engineer instead of hiring all these consultants, and have him have an inspector on these jobs when they're called. Like this is ludicrous. Here we are, we're putting to finish the contract, we haven't got any ventilation in or no heating, and we're still stuck on the basement, and what are we going to do with it?
Sure. I'm not sure where you get your information from, Mr. Reagan. We do have heating, we do have ventilation. Full inspections were done by an engineering company before anything started. So
before we started.
Yeah. So the information you had, where did you get that information from that you were quoting? So just so I can try to verify it, because there was a lot of inaccuracies there.
I stand to be corrected where I'm wrong.
Sure. Hope it wasn't from our media.
Pardon? So what other questions?
That was my dig at you, Will.
No more questions.
No, I don't know if there's any more questions. So thanks for that information. We'll definitely keep that under advisement.
I'll be at your next meeting when you call it now.
That won't surprise me at all.
When is that? The meeting for the next public meeting?
The next public meeting, the sign's right outside, I believe is March 5th at KPAC.
I'll collect that. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thanks for your patience.
Thanks for coming.
Our next delegation is not set until 11 o'clock. How about we take a 5-minute recess? We can fill up coffee mugs, take a quick break after that, and then we'll get started with the rest of the agenda and go into committee of the whole. So we'll call our regular meeting back to order. That's a great way to eat there. We left off, we're finished delegations, so we'll get back to reports. Next report we are at is report 7.7. So that's report 13032, and this is from the Director of Community Services regarding our green vehicle and municipal buildings policy. Councillor Malkinson.
Oh, I had something that I wanted to, a question that I wanted, I'll move it anyway.
Sure, on this
I'll
one?
move it anyway. I move that we receive this report from the Director of Community Services, and that the revised policies be approved as presented, as well, subject to the 30-day review period.
Seconded by Councillor Schumann. And any comments? Councillor Malkinson.
I couldn't find the, call me crazy, but I couldn't find the actual proposed changes to the bylaw. You know, like, it wasn't like outlined. I can't tell whether this is where the differences are.
From the old to the new.
Yeah.
Excellent. Jim, are you able to help us there?
Miranda, did we highlight that?
No, we didn't.
The changes were not highlighted, no.
So, Councillor Parson?
Well, I had the same comment because of a variety of reasons. I didn't go to the old policy. But I think in future it would be kind of nice I mean, staff does a great job. I'm not criticising, but it might be good just to have them in one style or blue or something like that. There is one typo, I suggest, on item on the building, on the green, part of the green policy as it relates not vehicles but building. If you have a look at it, 5.1, I believe, should read evaluation at start of purchasing procedure. It reads evaluation in start of purchasing procedure.
Right.
Just wondering if you were an English major when you went to school.
No, I'm a mathematician, scientist type.
Councillor McFadden.
I just wonder, is this reasonable? Is it worth the effort? What's the payback? I mean, this is a lot of common sense stuff, I mean, ensure the HVAC is operating properly. Well, of course you'd do that. Why would you not do that? And it just seems to me to be what you do about not much, really, quite frankly. And I wonder what's the saving? Is there any saving in here? I think we're getting policy to death with silliness sometimes in this operation here. Thank you.
Councillor Parslow?
I must admit, when I read the vehicle one, I imagine an employee sitting behind his driving wheel and his clock out there, and 30 seconds, you know what I mean? And I wondered also about the -10. In my vehicle, it advises me that I don't need to plug it in unless it's below -15. But I mean, I guess, it does seem to be a little silly in places. I mean, I agree with the intention, but I wondered if it just seemed to be a little overboard.
Okay, Councillor Kenny?
I believe that, the city has been promoting sustainability and promoting conservation and being careful in how we use our energy in all areas. And although it may appear silly, it's still another demonstration that the city is cognizant of their responsibility in how they operate their vehicles, and the waste, and the waste does cost the city more money, and so it's conservation. So I think it's just another way of the city being demonstrating leadership and demonstrating that they're walking the talk.
Sure. Thank you. And it should be noted too, to Councillor McFadden, this is not a new policy. This has been around since 2008, so you did have opportunity when we reviewed all our policies to strike it if it was so chosen. But I believe you were in favor of it at that time. Just thought I'd throw that dig in there. This has been around for 6 years, and there's just a few changes. But Jim, is there anything that needs to be highlighted there?
Through your worship, if you wish to refer to this, we could bring you back a highlighted copy that shows you the changes at the next meeting, if that was your will. In terms of the level of detail that are in some of the provisions, you must keep in mind that this also serves as a potential underpinning for disciplinary action with a unionized workforce. And so we can't leave it very vague. It has to be as specific as no more than 30 seconds, for instance, because you could not otherwise discipline an employee who violated the policy. Just one of the rules we work under.
Discipline for what?
Idling your vehicle.
For idling the vehicle in contravention to the policy.
If you don't have it descriptive, that's just the way it works.
I rest my case.
But to Councillor Malcolm's point, that is an option if you wish to have it tabled or referred to the next meeting and have it highlighted.
I
if
can't
you feel
consider
comfortable.
myself in favor of it if I don't know what the changes are. So. Yeah.
Okay. So would you like to make a motion to refer to the
Yes,
next meeting
yes,
with the
yes.
highlighted things?
Your worship.
Okay. And Councillor Parslow is seconding that?
Yep.
Okay. So all those in favor? Opposed? And it's carried.
If I can,
Councillor Kenny's opposed.
If I can make a comment about a CAO's comment. I agree with him completely. I understand all that. But I guess if I was a union rep, I'd be asking to make sure that all our vehicles are equipped with a timer so that we don't have our people entrapped. I am maybe seeming a little silly, but I mean, you know, we don't want to set.
We're very fortunate that our employees think.
Yeah, but I'm sure they don't print their stopwatches.
Jim?
Through your worship, there's actually nothing at all silly about that comment. Most of the trucking industry has moved now to remote monitoring of all these things.
Yes.
And eventually all of our vehicles will be remote monitored, and an alarm will sound if you've idled more than 30 seconds. I mean, that's just the way the industry is going. 3/4 of the trucking is a huge industry in this town, as you know, Oil Patch and others, but about 3/4 of the vehicles out there alarm off if you exceed the maximum speed that your company has set for your vehicle. That's all done remotely. It's all computers and GPS, and that's how ours will go as well.
Yeah.
So yes, there will be, in fact, an alarm that says it's been idling for that.
Correlated to the temperature.
Or that you're driving too fast, or that you are outside our boundaries, or any of these other things. And that is just the way the world is going.
Yeah, no, you are 100% on that.
Bet your PNG's looking at the same thing.
Looked at. What I can say, without mentioning a company's name, of what happens out there is, as Jim was saying with the GPS system, every roadway in our entire region has already been GPSed and mapped for the speed limit. Every vehicle is monitored right now in the oil and gas industry. So, for instance, if it's a gravel road and it's been set in the GPS mapping as 80 kilometers, if you go 85, your immediate supervisor gets an email with the exact time, location, and speed you were going. If it's a school zone and you were speeding. So you don't need to have the RCMP in a lot of these, because your boss gets an email and disciplinary action can happen because of it. So yeah, it's interesting the way the world's gone for tracking in vehicles. Anyway, that one aside. Let's move on to 7.8. This is the report 13038 regarding geothermal geopower feasibility study. That's quite an extensive report there. It was a lot of work put into that. So, Councillor Kenny, sorry.
I'll move the report that 13038 from the Director of Community Services regarding the geothermal geopower feasibility study be received, and further that staff be authorized to pursue discussions with potential partners regarding possible next steps forward or towards realization of a geothermal geopower energy project in the community.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Schumann. Discussion. Councillor Parzo.
I'd like to propose an amendment. The amendment would begin after the word received. And I would then, my amendment would be after the word received, be for information, and then a new sentence, that council direct staff about this proposal after decisions concerning water security and sewer have been made and implemented.
Sorry, could you just do that again?
I'll repeat it.
So you're striking the, after the received, everything else is stricken?
Stricken, yes, and replaced with for information, period. That council direct staff about this proposal after decisions concerning water security and sewer have been made and implemented.
Okay, Councillor Kenny, sorry, were you seconding that, or?
No. Well, I guess I could second it for discussion, right? Or
I'll second
You can. So Councillor Wilbur will second it, and then you want to speak to it?
Yeah. I think we should stick to what the recommendation, what the topic is, and we're talking about a geothermal geopower feasibility study be received, and to pursue discussions about potential partners. Like, I think we should always be moving forward in sustainability, and that yes, we realize we have in our strategic priorities that we have water and we have other capital expenditures in our future, but I think that I'm okay with the recommendation that's being provided to us in speaking to geothermal geopower energy project.
Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? Councillor Schumann.
Yeah, I don't think that this recommendation is saying that we're going to go ahead with any of these things prior to our priorities of water and sewer, and I don't see any harm in moving towards discussions, looking for partners. I think and time is of the essence, and why tie our hands up until water security and sewer issues are solved, what could be years and years and years.
Okay, I have Councillor Wilbur, then Kenny, then Malkinson.
I just think, I mean, I'm all for geothermal power. I think this project's a good thing. I just think now's not the time, and I think maybe better time is spent resourcing partners for our water. We have greater issues. This is not one of them. For me, at the moment, the people that come to me, this water and sewer are important to them, and that's where they want to see our time spent. And I just think maybe time would be better spent finding partners for our water. So I'll be voting in favor of the amendment.
Okay, so Councillor Kenny, then I'll move on.
We know that we know water is there, but we can't, when you're thinking of the future, you gotta, like, as in water, you know, you're thinking 5 years, 10 years, 20 years ahead, but I think also in ways that we can, the cost for this, in the end of the day, if this was to happen, the cost saving for this that's been demonstrated is going to be very beneficial in the future. It could be the cost savings from this that could pay for that water line or whatever that we're going to do in the future. This could be a potential revenue. And, you know, this is the type of thing when we were speaking to an economic development strategy, this is the type of thing that you see in economic development strategies, in planning and in timelines for the future. Not spending money that day, but the planning for the future.
Okay, I'm going to move around though. Councillor Malkinson first.
Well, maybe, Your Worship, I don't want to get into some redundant conversation here, but I just wanted to hear from staff maybe how this would affect them. I'm sure that trying to research partnerships for a $70 million, well, potential $70 million project would require a bit of staff time, and I'm wondering if it's within our capacity, our reasonable.
Which is why council approved to keep an energy manager, and I don't. That's a good question though, maybe to Jim, because I don't think if this didn't happen, you're not going to be tasking our staff person that's doing energy savings to work on a water line, I assume.
Actually, I'm not going to say that 100%.
Okay.
Some elements of our water issue are sustainability issues that we expect to get some good advice from our energy manager on, around, say, how you would pay for pumping.
Okay.
But in terms of the workload of that position, this would be a piece of the work that position does, and if this piece is gone, there will be other pieces that will step into the void. But they are not, I don't believe, I could be wrong on this assumption, but I believe the message that the amendment seeks to send is that $70 million investment in this area is not possible until investments in other higher priorities or areas are made. It wasn't the intent of administration to suggest that seeking partnerships will obligate the city in any way to investments. But I understand that if there was any element of misunderstanding in council on that, there could be in the community as well. So I understand why that message may be desirable.
Okay, does that help, Councillor?
Yep. If
okay,
I'd like
Councillor Parslow,
sure.
and then we'll move around if maybe.
Sure.
Well, as it's my amendment, I think maybe we've stepped out of order here. I think I should speak to the amendment. Have spoke to the amendment first, but I think I'm like Councillor Wilbur. I'm certainly intrigued by the possibilities of geothermal. When I read this report, I was alarmed at the cost. I was also alarmed when we had the proposal for maybe piping water from the piece. We've got many, many costly issues to deal with in this community. Sewer, water. People are very concerned about the core infrastructures. And I don't want energy to be diverted from those things or funds. In fact, we're going to be struggling to find funds for even, if you like, the water reservoir. And so I know that any time we add something to the workload of staff, some things get missed, or we're asked for additional resources to carry them through, etc., etc. And so for me, water, security, sewers, roads, and sidewalks trumps this geothermal project. And when we've dealt with the water and the sewer, then would be the time, if nothing else comes along that trumps it, the geothermal. So I want us to focus on water security and sewage. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion to the amendment. My only other comment, I guess, Jim, is there a place you can highlight this on our strategic priorities for 2013? As this being one of them?
Something to be brought up for discussion, you mean?
Yes. Well, no, I'm just saying, we just went through strategic priorities in January. I'm trying to find the chart here, but was this on the chart as one of the staff strategies to try to accomplish this year?
The priority was to bring you forward the feasibility. So the feasibility shows this $70 million price tag. So there are basically three choices: abandon it entirely, defer it to a different time, as Councillor Parslow's amendment suggests, or reach out to partners and see if somebody else would like to eat that $70 million. So staff hit on the recommendation of reaching out and see if someone else would like to eat that $70 million, which is basically what happened with the wind park.
Yeah.
You know, in the end, there turned out to be partners that wished to do the capital investment.
Okay, so last chance on the amendment. Okay, so on the motion, sorry, as on the amendment, first of all those in favor of the amendment? Those opposed? Okay, and it is carried. And so discussion then on the motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Malkinson.
Yeah, I hope to have a bit of a conversation on the project itself. Oh yeah, I suppose we sort of just tabled it, but
no, we didn't. We've made a motion to amend. Just that's all.
Yes, I understand. So we're still up for discussion.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a staff member here that could speak to the potential payoff of this project. I see the capital costs and everything, but forgive me, it was quite a bit of information in this report here, and I'm wondering what the I don't know, estimated time for payoff is.
Okay. Jim,
well,
not sure if you want to pass that.
Through your worship, the project as it is conceptualized in the feasibility study, the geothermal would actually be used to generate electricity, which would be sold into the grid at the current rates available from BC Hydro.
Mm-hmm.
About 3% of the, quote, waste heat would be used to heat our Encana Event Center, which would realize significant savings to our bottom line if that were to occur.
Mm-hmm.
The feasibility study estimates the annualized rate of return between 8.6% and 11.3% for whoever builds it and sells to Hydro, which sounds like a lot. However, when you have a $70 million initial investment, industry standards are more around an 18% return on investment. So finding an interested party to partner is a stretch. There would have to be elements in that, as there was with the wind park, elements where the straight rate of return was not the only motivating factor. The reason for that is when you're trying to pay off $70 million, you know, that's a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Okay, Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, this is Well, we have a motion before us, so maybe
Yes.
the motion should be dealt with. I just have a comment to make after the motion. So I just realized I was getting sucked into something that we have a motion that we should...
The motion is on the floor as amended to vote on next, so is there any...
But we did that.
No,
Well,
we
we
only
voted
voted
on
on
the
the
amendment.
amendment.
Only voted on the amendment. So the... should...
So if there's further discussion on this, it can be done at this time. If
It
it's
should be. The motion now is the amended motion, which
Sorry,
means
maybe we'll-
anything in the report is fair game for question and answer
Sure.
now.
Let's get Tyra to read it so we all know what we're discussing now,
Yeah.
please.
So that report number 13038 from the Director of Community Services reads geothermal geopower feasibility study be received. Further, that council provides staff with direction about this proposal after decisions have been made regarding water security and sewer and been implemented.
Okay. So that's the motion that's on the floor that we're discussing now.
Question? Oh, sorry, I was a little early there.
That's okay. Just want to make sure everybody, if there's any further discussion on this one as
Can't wait
amended.
till you chair the meetings, Terry.
Because basically, with that amendment that being made, it's great report, great work. We're just not going to do anything on it until we've dealt with our water and sewer. I believe is where Councillor Parzo was going, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Councillor, but I assume what you're thinking is if we're going to be looking for funding partners for anything, it should be for the core things that we have as issues right now.
Especially the water project. I think we can probably manage the sewage matters, but water is something else.
Okay, Jim?
So I'll just point out that the motion council has in front of it right now is the alternative that staff provided. It certainly is no surprise to us that this may be the way that you wish to proceed. That was the alternative we highlighted for you.
Thanks. Okay, further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor is the motion as amended. Those opposed? And it is carried.
May I make my comment now? It's related to this topic. I accessed received the agenda about 11:40 on Friday, and of course there's this 91-page report. And I know the work the staff goes to putting this agenda together, but just as a suggestion, and it may be against some procedures that I'm not aware of within the city, but when there is such a report like this, could this sort of be pre-released so we have like a week to read it? You know, that this is going to be a report on the agenda, because I've read it, but I certainly haven't processed it. So just a suggestion, is there something, this is through you
Yeah,
mentioned,
Brenda?
staff.
Through your worship, another option would be just to refer the report to the next meeting to allow you more time to
Yeah.
review the report.
Yeah, whatever. So we have at least a week to read it.
Excellent, okay. Around nothing else. So we'll move on to the next one then, which is report under 7.9, which is report 13031, and this is regarding road construction paving contract. Councillor Malkinson?
I move that this report from our Director of Infrastructure and Sustainable Development regarding road construction and paving contract be received, and that we direct staff to, the council directs staff to prepare tender documents for the city's road construction and paving for a 5-year term, 2013 to 2017 inclusive.
Okay, Councillor Wilbur is seconding. Comments? Okay, well, mine is Jim. Are there other paving companies around? I know we've gone with DGS in the past, but I know we have to go to an RFP. We can't presuppose or get trapped into one company. I realize that, so I'm just curious, are we expecting another company to bid?
Through your worship, yes, you could just extend their contract, waive your policy. There's nothing in law that would prevent you doing that. But one of the reasons the recommendation is coming to you is that we have had contact from other firms asking if it will be coming to tender. That in no way guarantees that they will bid, but we've been approached by 2 other firms that operate in the area and would like an opportunity to bid, they say.
Okay.
That's interesting.
No, that's good.
Good.
Competition is good. And okay, so no other questions on that then? Okay, so all those in favor? Anyone opposed? It's carried. 7.10 is report 13043, and this is regarding development permit application. Harvest here. Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, I'd like to move that report number 13-043 from the Director of Infrastructure and Sustainable Development, redevelopment permit application from Western Canadian Properties Group Limited for 8600 and 8700 17th Street be received. Further, that development permit number 1308 for the development of Phase 1 of the Sunset Ridge subdivision at 8600 and 8700 17th Street be authorized in principle and issued upon successful completion of the required 10-day notification period and receipt of the financial security.
Thank you. Seconded by anyone? Councillor Wilbur? Any discussion? Just thumbs up? Yeah, this is phase 1. Last meeting we did phase 2, which was the multifamily section too, so all up in the same area, so. So any discussion? No? So all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. 7-11, report 13035 from the fire chief regarding the RFP for the pumper truck. Councillor Wilbur?
I'll gladly give Shorty his shiny new red truck.
Seconded by?
I'll read it out though.
Okay.
I make the motion that report number 13-035 from the fire chief regarding the RFP 2012-31 pumper truck be received. Further, that the staff be authorized to purchase a pumper truck, brand new shiny red truck, from Hub Fire Engines in Abbotsford, BC at a cost of $498,663 plus taxes, and further that the project budget be set at $580,000.
Seconded by Councillor McFadden.
Yes.
I'm just a little lost on this one because in my almost 9 years sitting in these chambers, I'm just not sure what Shorty's going to talk about next meeting now. So it's going to be this next truck or what?
Jim knows.
Because it's been 9 years of this truck.
Jim's
so.
got a good idea.
Through your worship, I don't know if you noticed there or not, but one possible maneuver would have been to accept the low tender and then require you to build him a new fire hall to fit the truck. He took a pass on that, so I think you should be just grateful for that.
Councillor McFadden.
I'm just wondering, Your Worship, I see the deputy chief is here. What's the turnaround time? If this were to be approved and then ordered, how soon can they deliver? 6 months or a year?
Between 10 months and 10 to 12 months.
Yeah, because they don't have like a car lot full of fire trucks. They build them to whatever you want. Right.
It'll be custom built. The chassis would have to come from, be brought in and then the body built from there.
Thank you.
Good question.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, whilst I will be supporting this recommendation, I do want to say that I'm concerned that the cost of this project exceeds the budgeted amount, and I'm wondering if this in any way was because of the, what I think, and I stand to be corrected, sort of 12-month delay on when council, maybe not, it's not quite, 12 months not quite correct, let's say 8 months delay in getting the RFP out. Is any inflationary costs impacted here?
Jim?
Yes, we believe so. That is a part of the factor, and so is the taxation regime change. So these are factors that have changed the pricing.
So the supplement to that is maybe we should learn from this. I think somewhere it states that in one of our guiding principles there, that maybe when we have major pieces of equipment such as this, and we've got a ballpark figure, presumably from a lot of research staff have done, that we get on with it right away.
Okay. Any other comments? No? Okay, so all those in favor? Anyone opposed? It's carried. And 7-12 we will hold off on. We'll modify past that because we do have a delegation at 11 o'clock who will be discussing this. It'd be a little premature to discuss this report until we've heard from the delegation. So with that, we'll move up to bylaws, which the first one we have is 8-1, and this is at 1409 100th for third reading and adoption. Councillor Malkinson, seconded by Councillor Wilbur. This is from the public hearing this morning, just for your reference. Okay, so all those in favor? Anyone opposed? It's carried. 8-2 is 13039, and this is for the zoning amendment 4161. And this is for first two readings, sorry. Councillor Malkinson, Councillor Kenny.
Oh, okay.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. And last report is 8.3, and this is for the council procedure amendment bylaw for first 3 readings. Councillor Wilbur, seconded by Councillor Malkinson. Didn't know whether you wanted to make the motion or what you were doing. Is there any discussion on that?
Please no.
Okay, seeing none, so all those in favor? Anyone opposed? It's carried. So that puts that one behind us for a while, right?
Until the next meeting.
What you said?
What?
So on that, we'll move to
Yeah, I heard what he said.
mayor's business. First one I want to bring up is the delegation this morning under 6.4. We have a beautiful picture of a different country of some sea cans welded together to make a bridge you can jump off of. But on that, interesting to have some different ideas, but obviously we can't do much of it without background. So Councillor Parslow.
Well, I'd like to move that we approve this in principle, subject to final recommendation by staff about the safety and suitability of this structure.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Malkinson. Councillor Schumann, you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, I am. I'll look forward to that recommendation from staff. I was looking at it and wondering if this would provide a space for housing, if it would be unsafe in nature due to being covered the way it is.
Mm-hmm.
People might not feel safe walking through it. There could be somebody making home in it.
Temporary homes, yeah.
I don't know. I have a little bit of concerns around the safety of such a structure out behind the mall in sort of a area that's off the beaten path, as it were.
Yeah, that's a good thought. And I'm sure that staff will take that into consideration when they come back with the report, probably.
So I just want to highlight that we make sure we look at the safety,
Windows.
the safety concerns.
What's that?
Windows.
Yes.
Well, I don't. Yeah, windows.
Charlie?
You know, they're good. I certainly, now that I've heard them, would second those concerns. And I had one when I heard the presentation. You know, graffiti. I've seen a lot of graffiti on rail cars and stuff, and some of those sea cans stored in yards. But I'm sure that will all come forward to us from staff. But you've got to commend the Rotary Club for all they do and putting forward something, because it is desirable to have a bridge across that, and they've been wrestling with that for some time, but notwithstanding these concerns that we've just heard.
Yeah. Well, and Larry and his group have been working for years trying to figure out opportunities, ideas of how to get a bridge over there. They've approached and worked with numerous different companies to come up with concepts and ideas, and unfortunately none of them have come to fruition. So I think that's why they've come up with this idea to continue on with trying to finish off that project. So we do commend them on that. Go ahead.
Just, I guess, on a happy thought of a twist, I appreciate Councillor Schumann's concerns and I share them, but on the flip side, if people are congregating there, our RCMP would know where to look for them. And two, I foresee maybe with the Rotary engaging potential taggers that might graffiti it and have it become an art project. If they own it, they won't wreck it.
Yeah.
So I do see an upside to this as well, and I think it's a unique project.
Okay, well, so we'll wait and see what kind of issues or recommendations come forward from staff then. Okay, so all those in favor? Anyone opposed? It's carried. And the next one, for those who caught it when they were going through the agenda under Mayor's business, I'm very pleased to pass on congratulations to our very own Mary Parslow of Dawson Creek, who won the Federation of Canadian Artists' first prize. And I heard about this last week, and I wanted to make sure we put this on here because sometimes, unless you actually go out to the art gallery and you're part of that circle, you forget the amazing talent that we have, not only in the city but in the region. And Charlie, maybe, do you have any background on that too you can share with us?
Yeah, I can share a bit for sure. I think I'd be amiss if I didn't say that another Dawson Creek artist, Kaylee Aldershaw, won the first prize in another national show held in Vancouver in December, I think it was. And I'm the proud owner of the piece that she won with. And the show was called Small, Smallest. And what I am just amazed with is sort of reflecting some of your comments there, is that here we have a sort of national show, and the two consecutive shows, one before Christmas, one after, have both been won by Dawson Creek artists. What you also wouldn't know is that in the show that Kaylee won, I think there were 4 other Peace Region artists who got juried in, and in the one that my wife just won, there were at least 4 or 5 others as well. So the Peace Region is, as the director of the art gallery in Vancouver said to my wife, people are saying, wow, we didn't know there were so many artists or strength of artists, because we're the newest chapter of the Federation, and people are doing very well. So I think that's good, because our goal is that we will have what we call signature members eventually, and we'll be able to do a lot more, and that would augment the goal of the city, where we are a hub community for the arts, both visual and performing. So my wife actually attended the show last week, and is still in shock that she won first prize, because she said it was just an incredible show. Yeah. So good for our local artists. Yeah.
That's great news. And again, when I know I went to the opening for Kaylee's show when she had it at the art gallery, and just amazed at the talent that she had and other artists in the community, and it's great having that art gallery where we're able to promote and support it as well. So
yeah,
excellent. I have nothing else other than please pass that congratulations on to Mary and to Kaylee too.
She'll be very pleased that you raised it.
We'll move to the diary, Jim.
Nothing on the diary, Your Worship.
Okay, and so with that, then we'll move to consent calendar. We have items to be received there. So,
I move the consent calendar.
Malkinson, seconded by Councillor McFadden. All those in favor? Opposed? And it's carried. And strategic priorities chart, Jim. Anything to update there?
Through Your Worship, I think a motion to strike number 2, the fair share funding report, which you have received, would be good.
Sure.
I'll make that motion.
Councillor Wilbur, seconded by Councillor Kenny. And discussion, Councillor Parslow?
Yes. So this, we're not going to, just for clarification, we are going to be discussing this report as a council, and deleting this doesn't mean that we're just filing it away.
No, as a council, we've received the report, but we have not yet finalized any direction based on that report. Be my thought that once we hear the report today from the risk manager, we'd start putting the two into context together for probably a future meeting.
Yeah, that's fine with me. Thank you.
Jim?
As a matter of fact, Your Worship, you haven't even received the report.
Well,
you had a delegation.
We had the delegation.
So you'll have a delegation today from Sigma Risk Management. Would probably be best if on the next agenda, both the report and recommendation that's on your agenda today, report 7, whatever it was, probably you might want to not consider it today. You might want to refer it to the next meeting where you also have the fair share funding report.
Yeah, thanks for that reminder. Yeah, we made a motion to refer the report to after receiving the risk management report. Okay, so with the motion on is just to strike number 2 off of there. So all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. And question and answer period, Brenda. Do we have anybody signed up for that?
Yes, we do. Kathleen Connolly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Invite you to come forward.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for taking the time. So I'm new to the budget process, so I'm probably going to have a lot of questions and are probably really silly, but in order to understand the big picture, I just have a few small questions. So my first one was on the flat tax and whether it applies to business and residential or just residential.
Just residential, but is there, I mean, that's the quick answer. Shelley, is there any more explanation other than that?
Yeah, through your worship. It is applied only to residential. $100 is applied to vacant properties, and $300 are applied to improved properties.
Perfect. So that answers my question, because Mr. Shute had mentioned the numbers for the percentage.
The ratio.
Right, exactly, for business and residential, so that makes sense to me now.
So on that topic, though, Shelley can also give you the effective rate, which is the one you need to use for multiple purposes, which is...
Yeah, so just going through the second part of your question, it was basically if it applies to commercial, or pardon me, the published rates of $5.16 for residential and commercial of $17.25, are they correct? Okay, so first of all, I'm just going to direct you to the budget package. On page 8, under tax rates, it actually goes into what the ratio is, and it equates the flat tax to a variable rate, and that rate is $1.23. So the effective residential rate with flat tax is $6.39, and that is the rate that is compared to $17.25. That is the proposal in the budget package. So it equates to 2.7. And there's a little bit of misunderstanding around that, but also on page 39 we have the variable rates, and then on page 43 it actually goes through the calculation of this is the variable rate proposed, this is the flat tax that equates it to a variable rate, and then it shows all the detail behind it. So anybody that wants further information on that, if they can't find it in the package, just come see me. So that's that one.
Thank you. I like the mayor's answer much better.
I know.
Because actually, well, okay.
And I appreciate that.
It's the technical requirements, right?
When you have someone like Shelley, she understands it so well, but she can give it such details.
I can just feel my eyes glazing
over.
Thank you.
You had another question?
Yeah, my second question was in regards to I'll just ask the question. City Council voted down their request for the Economic Development Task Force request of $50,000 for a consultant and struck economic development from its 2013 strategic priorities. The 2013 budget notes under community development a budget of $195,116. I'm wondering how this money is being used for economic development and why the money from that budget could not have been used for the consultant.
Sure. Well, as you know how budgeting works, if we want to take it out of that budget, then there would have been something that we're already doing that we would have had to not do. But maybe, Shelley, do you have a list of some of the things that we do in that envelope?
I do, yeah. So there was some part-time staff wages allocated to support the economic development allocation. That was about $20,000. Some of the contracts that the city has committed to, our community newsletter, that is carried out by Peace Photographics and Trina Gower. There's website support, as well as the community profile and investment guide. Also, the Dawson Creek magazine that is administered by Tourism Dawson Creek falls in that contract. So that's about $80,000 for all those contracts. There is some advertising and public relations that is used for various things depending on the year. Historically, the Hockey Canada survey on hosting national events came out of that budget. If the mayor has special meetings, that will come out of that. And there's some supply costs, travel, memberships that are still budgeted but were not used in 2012. And then also there's oil and gas public relations, and that traditionally was when the mayor or staff went down to Calgary to investigate or go on behalf of the city and promoting the city in the oil and gas trade. As well, there's a commitment that council made in previous years to the Alaska Highway Initiative, that's $10,000 annually, as well as some supplies and staff support for the city booth at the Kiwanis Trade Fair, as well as a commitment to the Mile Zero Cruisers annual event, $10,000.
Did you like my answer better again? Or?
Actually, this was really good.
Good.
I learned a lot, so thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I have any questions out of that. That all makes really good sense to me. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll defer the answer to the economic advisor to council.
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously a decision that council made at a previous meeting. That would have been a separate budget item if it had been approved. It would have meant that modifying the budget, it would have, I assume, been put under this, but we would have added the $25,000 or $50,000 to this budget item and increased it. So it's not like there was a opportunity at that time or a discussion to say, let's stop doing something else in order to do this.
Right. No, I understand. Thank you. It'll make it much easier to explain to my directors tonight. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Sure. And one thing I will mention, so March 5th is our town hall budget meeting. We're not trying to discourage you to come in and ask questions at all. Typically, that's where we discuss the budget.
Yeah.
And so if you have further questions, the way we've worked it in past years is that first meeting, and we encourage not only for yourself but everybody, encourage them to come out because council is committed to any time questions like these come up at that meeting. We have committed to making sure we answer every single one of them through the budget meetings.
Yeah, we encourage everybody to come out as well. And Councillor McFadden is our liaison and is generally very good at responding to my questions.
Tell us about when he's not.
So thank you.
Yeah, and at any time, like I say too, Shelley's a great contact for specifics like this, and you just contact her.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, your arm must hurt from patting yourself on the back all the time. With that, do we have anything from the media at this time? No, not during the meeting. Do we have our Committee of the Whole delegations here, Brenda? Do you know? I saw them, and I think they might have stepped out. Committee of the Whole.
I will go check.
We have some.
I know we have some. It's just, and thanks, guys. It's just if the RCMP and fire are here, we'll don't want to keep them waiting much longer.
Yeah.
Put a call out to the fire chief.
So it's good to hear from Shelley about that economic development thing. That just strikes one little thing off my list.
Of
Yeah,
questions?
but all the detail
Is the
I
sergeant
know.
here?
It might be 5 minutes.
For sergeant as well?
No, it's good.
Okay.
It's good to have that. Because we probably get similar questions that she might get.
Do your report now.
Well, I was just going to say we'll move down then the list until they're here, and we'll jump around a little bit.
Sounds fine.
So let's move up to 15.3, which is the report from the Director of Corporate Administration. I'm not sure.
There wasn't much I needed to highlight. I just wanted to make sure that everyone's aware that the next city's newsletter, Our Community, is scheduled to be in mailboxes sometime next week. And that's going to highlight the 2013 strategic priorities and advertise the dates for the public consultation for the budget. But unless there's any other questions, there wasn't.
Just that I have to hurry up and finish my comments and everything to get into the annual report.
Yes.
I think I have a week left.
We're starting building our annual report that's going to be published in end of June.
Okay. Any questions then for Brenda? No? See, it was easy. You were right. Shelley, maybe I'll turn things over to you for the Chief Financial Officer.
Thank
report.
you. You have my report in front of you. It's pretty much like Brenda's report, is that not too much to highlight. Everything in budget comes to council, so I speak to that individually. Auditors ongoing. We're still kind of at the end stages of year end. There's a few transfers that need to be made. Auditors are expected the first week. And I'll actually be talking about the carbon tax at the budget meeting today. I had the amount, and I think the page is in my budget binder, but it's around 85,000 that we got back from the province for.
Through the CARP funding?
Yeah. And then as far as the strategic priorities go, we just spoke about the fair share report, and the risk management report will be coming today. And the other two, purchasing policy and user fee philosophy, are basically on hold until after budget and year end. And that's pretty much it. It's year end and budget right now, so the committee of the whole takes a back burner. So. Any questions?
Charlie?
Yeah, I have a question, only because I get asked questions, and I get asked questions from so many different angles. Sometimes I get confused because I don't keep records of the conversations and stuff. And my question relates to Calvin Crook Centre for the Arts. I'd like you just to correct me if I make an error here. The expenditures to date are self-evident, but the provincial funding, does that isn't that the federal funding as well?
Yeah, yes, we should have corrected it last time you brought it up. It's a
Okay.
50-50 split. We
That's
put
right.
provincial because it's administered provincially.
Sure.
Right?
Okay. Okay. And the reserves, is that where's what particular reserves were used for that?
This is basically because it's a multi-year project. So each year when the expenditure gets put forward, you have the funding for it, whether it's taxation or whether it was gaming. We put a lot of gaming to it. But if that money is not expended in the current year, it goes into a general capital
reserve. Yeah.
Because you have to provide for the continuity, and I'm getting way too detailed again, but the continuity over the multi-year project, and that's what, technically that's what we have to call it, reserves taxation.
Right. And the borrowing was done through reverse petition?
Alternate approval
alternate
process.
approval, yeah.
Yes, and we had 4 million authorized.
Right.
And at January 31st, that's the amount that was used out of that borrowing funding.
Okay, last question isn't related to the figures in front of me, but I want to make sure I'm accurate when people ask me what will the project, final cost for the project, and I've said to them, well, my understanding with rounding things up, so excuse me for doing that, around 16 million. Is that ballpark right?
That's correct as of today.
Yeah, thank you.
We had a $14.1 million project approved, and then we're in the middle of budget right now where a $2 million allocation is set, but we don't have backup to.
But in that 2 million, we basically have a bit of cushion, don't we?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks to you, actually, because remember, you're the one that actually put the motion in there to increase, put a reserve.
It's budget time. I get lots of questions from 2 or 3 sources. Both sources know quite a bit, and I'd like to know a little more.
Anything else for Shelley? Because I know we have lots of questions offline that we've been asking and getting perfect answers for, but I'm not sure if there's anything else today. No? Okay, well, thanks, Shelley, for that. Let's jump back to 15-1 since Sergeant West, I believe, has graced us with his presence, and we'll go back to his report. Good morning.
Morning. I was here earlier, but
yes. Thank you for being so keen.
Come on.
Providing you with a report today, and Staff Sergeant McDonald's absence. He prepared the report to Mayor and Council last week. Recently we've taken some new staff from the municipal employee side of things on board. Things are going very well along those lines. And we envision probably having to hire another guard fairly shortly. We're in the enviable position where we can get guards to sign on with us, unlike some other detachments that are in smaller areas. With their economic boom, they're having some difficulties, so we end up taking on their provincial prisoners from time to time. Additionally, our transfer season is approaching, but we seem to be retaining quite a few of our officers this year. So our changeover will be minimized as opposed to last year, which was quite a few officers leaving at one time. So that'll be refreshing for us not to have to bring in a bunch of new people to train.
And that's because they always quite vocally say how much they love Dawson Creek.
Exactly. And anytime I'm at another detachment, I tell the community and the detachment and how nice it is to live here as well. So.
Actually, on that, Sergeant, I should tell you that a couple of the new recruits that have come here, and I've met with them as they come, and it's amazing how many of them have told me that how excited they were because Dawson Creek was actually their first choice and they got it. Mm-hmm. And that's really good news to hear.
It's got a reputation as a good community to bring a family. Let's put it that way. So, Milo had included a couple of crime reduction initiatives in our annual performance plan. And he wanted me to take the opportunity to remind the people in the community that ATV season is fast approaching. And when ATV season is upon us, we see a number of ATV thefts because people don't have them chained down, locked up, or otherwise put out of sight. Just a reminder for the community to invest in that lock and maybe put those away at the end of the day in a barn where they can't be seen by would-be criminals who would look to target them as an opportunity in theft. That is also in keeping with a initiative that we're going to take this year to try and decrease our property crime statistics within the area by approximately 5%, which is by no means undoable, but will be difficult in a growing community such as Dawson Creek, because our statistics have been climbing generally, not insurmountably, but they've been climbing generally over the past few years, and that's as a direct relation to the industry and influx of people into town is our feeling. So good on one side, bad on another, but not by no stretch of the imagination out of control. As of lately, we've apprehended 3 suspects following a robbery at a 7-Eleven with the help of the Police Dog Service, General Duty, and Serious Crime section. They're still in custody, 2 of the 3 at any rate. And just over this past weekend, we had another robbery which occurred at one of the gas bars here in town. I released a media release on that this morning. And that suspect is currently in custody awaiting appearance in court today. That seems to be a likely reflection of drugs within the community or substance abuse, rather than their financial motive only, professional type criminals. As a result of our reasonable pace with our file loads, as I told you about a little bit before, our guys have been very active in impaired driving enforcement. And Milo had included that we had a number of officers named to Alexa's team, which is, of course, in memory of Alexa. I was the one that had to prepare the report on that, so I'm happy to be in the know, and we have 8 officers this year that have been recommended for Alexa's team out of our local detachment. Each one of those have taken between 15 and 32 drivers each off the streets while they've been impaired in one way, shape, or form. We'll also be supporting Cops for Cancer again this year with a formal dinner at the Encana Event Center, and we're seeking the public to support that. We haven't named a date yet, but just to keep that in mind, we had a good time last year, and it was actually a dining in, and I don't know if they're going to do that, but it will be a formal event again this year, nonetheless. That would be it.
Well, thank you. Not so much a question as a comment. I want to thank you for being very diligent on the press releases, because one of the comments we used to hear was, things were happening in the community and people weren't hearing about them. So thanks to you and then to the media as well, because we're starting to see a lot of the, and I know there's times when you can't release information for certain issues, but I noticed that we're getting quite a few press releases coming out when we have had issues, and I can tell you that it sure stops the phone calls to me, and possibly to counselors as well, of wondering, what happened at 7-Eleven or what happened at these places, because the releases come out and the media reports it as quickly as they can. So I think from a community perspective, that helps maybe quiet some of maybe even the concerns out there of why it happened. So thank you for that.
Appreciate that. One of the things that helped us do that was we created a list, and we've got our internet or our mail-out email list that we managed to get directly to the news media outlets, who keep asking for more.
That's their job, though.
So it is. We try and get it out as quickly as we can. Sometimes it comes to the realization that maybe it's a slow news week and we need to put out a little bit for them.
Make something up.
Councillor McFadden.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant. I'm just curious, now that we're starting into a new year, how many calls for service would you have received ballpark in the last year, in 2012? 5,000, 10,000?
If you would have asked me last week, I had that number sitting on my desk.
Yeah, and just ballpark it. I'm curious.
Somewhere in the 8,000 to 9,000 range.
Right.
So I'm pretty comfortable in saying we're probably in around the 8,500 mark for calls for service.
Right.
If you wanted that direct number, though,
no,
I've got it on my desk.
that's fine. I just was curious as to how many ballpark you would have.
Yeah, that would be ballpark.
And then I noticed you had the 11 Mental Health Act incidents. That seems to me to be a lot. Is that like calls to the hospital for assistance, or?
I'll answer that in two directions, because it was brought up in our office as well that our numbers might seem quite high.
Yeah.
Prince George has a mental health facility. Dawson Creek has a designated facility. And Terrace has a designated facility. Those are the only designated facilities in the north. Our mental health facility is frequently at or over capacity, because they do on occasion have to take people from the Yukon and Northwest Territories, because there's frankly nowhere else to send them to get help. Our facility here is a quasi-lockdown facility, but it doesn't have the security measures that Prince George has.
Right.
Prince George, being a larger center, sees more mental health patients, but they have a fully locked down facility. And I liken it to Kamloops, which is my experience there. We had relatively few calls to that facility as well. So when you look at it on a size basis, the only comparison is Terrace, and we're actually lower for calls for service than Terrace is, probably by 10. We see on average 55 to 60 calls per year under the Mental Health Act directly to the hospital.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other thing that does do is it brings recovering people in where they can get treatment, so that they're managed within the community before they go back to their own home communities, which sometimes leads us to the calls for service on the mental health side of things.
Thank
to
you.
get them back to the hospital.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Another good question. Anything else? Okay, well, thanks, Sergeant, for coming in. Appreciate the information.
Have a great morning.
And pass our congratulations on to Milo, too.
Thank you very much. I will.
That's why he's not here.
Oh, yes.
Well, not him, his wife. On that, we'll move to the Deputy Fire Chief, I guess. Looks like we have Mr. Bob Fulton. Give us an update and things here. We got a bit of a report, but also you had an exciting weekend, too.
A little bit of excitement. Residential structure fire. Yeah, basically rode off an older home in the 105th Avenue area.
Mm-hmm.
Still under investigation. That's my task next, is to go and dig out and see if we can find out the cause of that one. Nobody hurt, and nobody was displaced. The place had been vacated on Friday, so just got us a little concerned. Things we want to take a look at.
Vacated Friday and burnt down on Sunday.
Yeah. Other than that, in the fire hall, basically last month was one of our heavier duties was to review all the RFPs or the proposals and make the determination for the report the chief sent in. And thank you very much for your actions on that. And then the renovations in the fire hall are coming close to completion. Will be now more secure for the dispatch area, so brings us closer to proper facility, meeting the standards for a dispatch facility. So
yeah, I know that list is starting to look really good. So
yes. Other than that, just a regular month for responses and training and such. Any questions?
Any questions, Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I have several questions, some of which may be improper to ask the deputy. They may be, but maybe if you don't mind, through you to Jim, he can tell me if they're offside questions.
Oh, we'll tell you right away.
I'm sure. I'm sure they're all to do with budget. But first of all, the gymnasium for the firefighters, the gym.
Mm-hmm.
What that was an issue? What's the resolution to that?
Resolution to that is basically status quo. We're just going to maintain the area they're currently using. We've just worked out a proposal to take the common area upstairs and set it up for training on, when we have larger courses or when we have more people coming in, so that we can utilize the space better.
Okay. And you have one of the responsibilities. You're the training officer.
Yes.
I noticed that in the budget proposed for next year, there's $55,000 set aside for training, which translates in that you have, including yourself and the chief and the dispatcher, 20 full-time people, to $2,700 a person. It just strikes me as a little high. Can you comment on that?
Generally, we're trying to bring our training standards up, and to do with that, a fair bit of that would be travel. The courses themselves are not cheap, and when I bring courses up here, so each one of those has a cost attached to it that draws quite heavily on that budget. For instance, I have a course coming up in March, training our firefighters, a group of our firefighters, to be better in investigation, giving them some practical application, practical opportunities to figure out how fires are started. And again, that's probably going to run me, just off the top of my head, about $9,000 to $10,000 right there.
Just for that one part.
Just for the one course.
And that's quite normal.
Yeah, that's
I can imagine.
Yeah, that's normal for us. And I've got a few more courses that are coming up along the same line as officer training is a major one for us. In recent years, we've had most of our long-term members retire, and to get, without having an ability to gain experience, then we have to find other ways to get them the knowledge and skills. So we bring the training in for that purpose.
Right.
And maybe I'm just going to have Jim jump in here.
Sorry, yeah.
Through your worship, a couple of points for council's consideration on the training. It is only recently that we were able to achieve in collective bargaining a requirement for a base standard of qualification to be hired as a firefighter, as opposed to the old standard, which is you had to be a darn good defenseman for the city of Canuck. In order to make that change, which affects all new hires at their own expense become certified to the 1001 certification standard. But we had to make accommodations for those in the force without that certification to bring them up to standard. Secondly, it's only in the last collective agreement that we got approval or agreement with the union that you would have to take targeted training if you wish to seek promotion through the ranks to the captain. And again, we had to take on the responsibility to provide training to the existing workforce in order to allow them to meet that criteria, and it's a lot more difficult than you would think. We have a situation now where our most senior firefighter captain has not yet met the standard to be a captain, and we're working through that process. But it is, I think it's fair to say that training and qualification had been a neglected area in our department. That is why a consultant's report had indicated the need for Mr. Fulton's position, and that's why he was brought on, and that's why there's been larger budgets for training. We're trying to catch up.
Well, I've also noticed now that once again I've misled my youngest son, because his lifelong goal has been to become a fireman, and that's why I put him in hockey.
Well,
and
that could still be a tiebreaker. Okay. It's we had a complicating factor in our departmental history, which was When council made the decision to take over the airport from Transport Canada, we took over Transport Canada firefighters as well, and they had to be integrated into our fire force. And the issue with that is that we had to make seniority accommodations recognizing service, although there was no structural firefighter experience. So that was a huge issue for us too. We literally inherited firefighters, very senior in service, who had never fought a structural fire. And training is the only way to overcome that.
Yeah. So continue on.
No, it's very informative. Great. I'm pleased to hear that being a captain isn't just a matter now of seniority. You have to have qualifications. I mean, just a last training. We also sort of a hub for training for the outlying fire departments, are we not? Do other people come in here for them?
We bring in courses from the Justice Institute of BC, and again, these are the courses I was speaking to, the officer training and a lot of the other core skills. I bring them up here to the advantage of being able to train more of our people at a lower cost, and to accomplish that I also invite in people from Northeast BC, Northwest Alberta, and so on. So we're becoming more of a hub. The Justice Institute really likes the fact that we're taking this on, making their training that much more widely available.
So if someone came here from the Chetwynd Fire Department, they would be paying a fee though? They're not getting freebies, are they?
No, they're not getting freebies. When we host a course for the Justice Institute, what usually happens is they allow us, say, a free seat for the use of the facilities and so on. So it's to our advantage. Again, travel costs being what they are, much prefer to bring training to us than send people down for it.
Another, okay. Somebody told me that there's an advert in our local newspaper concerning volunteer firefighters. What is the current number of volunteer firefighters, and how ready are they to assume their responsibilities?
Currently, I have 4 qualified paid on-call firefighters, and I've got applications on my desk that I'm hoping to start about another half a dozen shortly, and aiming to try and have between 12 and 14 paid on-call firefighters as a reserve or a backup for us. So that's the direction we're heading.
And so when they're called, they're paid?
Yes, they're paid pretty much a stipend.
And it's a huge commitment, because the amount of training hours for the volunteers is quite intense as well. They're not just thrown in with a hose with water. There's a lot of training involved.
Yeah.
Jim?
So the additional information you need on that is one of the reasons we are currently seeking more volunteers is that we've had a number of retirements, and so we have filled a number of full-time firefighter positions over the last 3 years, and mostly drawn from the volunteer component. Some that were volunteers are now full-time. But additionally, you need to know that the question of fully prepared for their duties is partly a collective agreement issue. The collective agreement defines what a paid on-call can and cannot do versus what a full-time firefighter can and cannot do. So it is not exactly so simple as they are on the fire ground and they're equivalent to the full-time firefighters. Under the collective agreement, they're not. So.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, good questions. I didn't have to say, please don't ask that one.
No, I thought I don't wait to ask anyone something that's not their sphere of responsibility, but it's dawned on me some of my questions around training, and Bob's the training officer.
Yeah, no, that's excellent. Anything else then while Bob's here? No? Okay, well, thanks very much. See, Shorty comes, there's never any questions, so I'm not sure. That's good. Mix it up a bit.
I just draw the questions out this way.
Yeah. So move things back to 15.5 now, since we're having fun all over the place. We're going to go to Director of Infrastructure and Sustainable Development. I wish it was a better acronym so I didn't have to read that out.
I know, it's terrible, isn't it?
Good morning. Keep keep it fairly brief, as I know we've got a few more to go. Touch on a couple things. Development, as you've been noticing over the last few meetings, a lot of development permits coming through your door. We were actually taking a look at that last week, and I think we are already at about equivalent to where we were at April last year. So we're definitely ahead of schedule. So if that keeps going, we're going to be pretty busy. Building permits, we got a pretty good jump start on that as well with a permit from Air Liquide. So that's bolstered our numbers early in the year. So that's good to see. But
it's also good to see that Air Liquide and these companies that are options for water use are actually expanding.
Yes. So that'll lead me directly into the talk about water.
That was a good segue for you.
It was
Let's
good.
hear it.
What I wanted to report out on is the usage we're seeing at the reclaim. It's been phenomenal over the last week. It's been growing and growing. In fact, over the weekend, I just got the numbers this morning. Is yesterday we put through over 2,000 cubes. The day before was just right around 2,000, and before that was 1,500-1,600. So it's growing, and we're seeing more and more demand for that. So that's great news. That's all water that right off the top that we would maybe see in our potable water usage. So that's great news.
I drove down there, and it was actually somewhat exciting to see the trucks lined up at the reclaimed, not at the potable site.
Yes.
Which is what we were envisioning. Sooner rather than later would have been nice, but it's nice to see that it's continuing to keep that trend going.
Yeah, exactly. So let's hope that that carries on. And I know Shell is they're not using anything right now, and they're talking about possibly in the first part of March using some. But even still, looks like we've still got excess capacity, so that's great news. More on water is that just to get the word out, we've selected the date of April 24th for the public meeting on water security. We've booked the main floor of the Encana Center, main lobby area there. What we're targeting right now is probably a 4 p.m. till 9 p.m. kind of session where we will have a bit of a public open house and then a presentation at 5, and then another kind of open house and a presentation at 7. So it just provides options to people.
Oh, okay.
And so it'll be the same presentation. It just gives people more time, more opportunity to come, whatever works best for them. So
good.
There'll be a lot more information that will follow. And actually, I have a call this afternoon with the team I'm working with as far as the communication side of it, and pulling everything together. But we'll be certainly doing press releases, mail outs, a number of things to get the word out there on the details of it, and we'll also be doing a number of different ways to garner feedback for council. So
Councillor?
Who's going to chair this meeting?
Right now, what we're looking at some options, possibility of just a mediator, somebody that's neutral. Certainly allow council and staff to listen to comments and rather than mediate the meeting. So that's certainly what we're looking at.
I asked because I think I'm the acting mayor that month, and I was wondering how I could weasel out of it.
Jim?
Yeah,
Jim's going to try to help you weasel out of this.
Define it as weaseling out of it. But one of the things we looked at is it will be really hard for whoever is chairing the meeting to fully engage with the public and listen to the input. And so we would prefer not to have any councillor in that position. And so we are looking at having someone else just take the question so that council can fully listen to the question. We've used that model several times in the past with great success, and so we were looking at doing that again. Failing that, this will be after the writ drops, so it will be acting Mayor McFadden. So those are the two things we're looking at right now.
Thank you. And perhaps weasel out may not have been the best choice of words.
I'm
very
sure you're
anxious
just
about
concerned
fulfilling your duties.
Having your ability to fully listen constrained by the need to talk.
That's a better way of putting it. Thank you.
I've noticed that you're very reluctant to constrain your ability to listen by talking.
Yes.
Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, well, I would strongly endorse the independent, neutral person who has a proven skills. There are some people in town, and they may even volunteer. Others will cost you a lot of money. Who else are you working with? You said you were in contact with a team.
Yeah. So working with Jan Enns, communications. We worked with her in the past. Joanne DeVries works with her, so they're helping us on some of the communication side. We're also working with Trina. What's the
Gower? No,
Trina Gower
yeah.
Photography, who's amalgamated with Don Pettit's
Yeah,
group.
sure.
So we're working with them on the visual side of it. So yeah, that's who we're working with, as well as internal people as well, of course. So
Can you sketch an outline of the main parts of the
we
program?
certainly do. I have actually an action plan that basically outlines what we see as a process, and we just finalized that actually late last week. So I will get that to Jim, and certainly we can pass that
Yeah,
out.
we'll circulate that out.
Yeah.
It goes to Puskupi as well, of course, because
Sure.
their council will be there.
Yeah. So I wanted to bring some level of comfort to Mayor and Council, is that we will certainly be keeping you guys up to date as we prove through this, and just in case there's some changes you want to make, and certainly you will see everything before we have a final rendition and before we go out. So.
We are trying to strike the balance between providing a bunch of information which people will need, and the eyes glaze over thing that you were just hearing about from Kathleen. And the outside communications consultants are great because they know nothing about our water system, but they sure know when we've gone past that glaze over line. So they're working on it to keep us on the side of useful information rather than needless detail.
Okay. Councillor Wilbur?
I'm just wondering, you mentioned mail out. Is that something we're going to do like in our utility bills like we normally do, or is it a mass mail out to reach the entire demographic of the community?
Yeah, we were looking at both options. If we can get something in utility bills, great. Timing's a little bit tight on that side of it. We may do a separate mail out. Obviously, social media, a number of ways. We're looking at, obviously, trying to make it easy for everybody and give them options. So, you know, again, news releases through the paper. At the public hearings, we'll have feedback, comment forms. We'll have also possibly feedback forms set up at various locations, such as maybe the swimming pool or like we did in the past. Again, we're looking at all options to try and get as much uptake as possible.
Thank you.
And of course, the media sitting behind you will be very keen because this has been such a hot topic. I'm sure they'll be talking about it too. Well, 2 out of 3 of you then, Jill.
So.
Any other? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask if there's more questions on that before you moved on. But. Okay.
So just quickly, just an update on the strat priorities. I think I've done that on the water security. More to follow on that. Transportation plan is currently out and advertised. The RFP closes March 1st. So at the later March meeting, you will probably have a recommendation come forward, assumingly that we get some good responses to that. Sewer development cost charges, just wait until final budget approval and we'll move forward on that. Trunk line for the sewer system, the design. We do now have a contract with KWL after council had awarded that at a previous meeting, so they'll be starting on that work right away. And subdivision bylaw review, we have a draft in our hands. We're going through that and tweaking that, and will also be something that council and we'll see in the near future.
Good. Councillor Parslow.
Transportation master plan. I've told people that based upon a discussion with you, but I'm not sure if this is, maybe we just need to be refreshed on the scope of that work. But the question of bicycle lanes, designated bicycle lanes or developing them, has been raised in the news with a number of cities, and I guess that's why people are asking me about that. And I said I thought it was part of the transportation plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, certainly we want to look at all options as far as you know, walkabilities and bicycle lanes, sidewalks, all those pathways. Those will be aspects explored in the master plan.
And what are the other aspects?
So basically what we want to get out of this is we want someone to look at the entire road network, look at where the city is today, what our OCP and our growth projections are moving to the future, and say where are we deficient now, and where are we going to be deficient in the future, and highlight upgrades that are needed. Develop that capital plan, much like a sewer master plan, which looks at, you know, the network and says, what do we need today? What are we going to need in the future based on our growth? And how do we move towards that? Using the principles of our OCP to guide that.
Does it also include stop sign location, yield signs, and people's driveways and how far they have control over them?
Well, driveways, that's more handled through the subdivision bylaw, development bylaw upgrades. So that gets a little more specific. The master plan's a little higher view than maybe a stop sign location. There'll certainly be some recommendations maybe on intersection upgrades, but maybe not as specific as a stop sign should be at this location. At least that's my belief at this point. I could be proven wrong.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It would be more related to traffic flow and things like that, eh?
Yeah. Volumes.
Yeah.
Based on densities and future growth.
Yeah, that's how
Excellent. Any further questions and comments? Barry's anticipating that there aren't any, and he's getting up, so
Good.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
And Director of Community Services under 15-6. Good morning, Barry.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council. Just wanted to highlight a couple issues, and as we move forward into transition, you're starting to see a little bit of a shift from winter activities to spring, and therefore you'll see the hanging basket report within this budget. Very busy now as we move in anticipation of getting our ice out, but more so the anticipation of meeting with our user groups. We've had a couple calls. We'll be meeting with our soccer groups on the fees and charges, including our baseball groups. That meeting has actually been pushed up from our regular spring meeting, just so we get anything worked out with the groups if concerns or issues over the fees. And we'll be meeting specifically with any other concerns that we've had brought forward. A little bit of misconception that was out there was that some were translating the actual figures prior to the calculated percentages. So someone anticipating that it was $10 rate for soccer when it was really only $4 for youth soccer. So it's really good that we're having those discussions and getting that out. We'll be meeting with the soccer groups here next week when Duncan returns as well. When we get into the transition, I just wanted to highlight at one time this week we worked in resolving some, I think, some good conflict resolution, and I give a lot of credit to the Rotary. No, not the Rotary, the Kiwanis in this one. Kiwanis working with our arena staff to ensure that we even stretch the envelope a bit more for the figure skaters to ensure that they get an extra hour to wrap up their event, their main event, and I think that shows that we are able to adjust how we shift our resources, and we'll start to focus in on the Kin Arena because that will be a dry pad early. And so if council has heard any questions or concerns coming from figure skaters, that has been resolved. So happy to report out on that. A number of activities within that I think council's been aware of. One of the highlights that we wanted to outstanding, if you look at our statistical data for just the month in last month, but in relationship to what we put through on Family Day, well over 800 participants on that day, and so thank you to the Masonic Lodge and Darren Crookshanks and to Heidi with the Success by 6. If you can imagine, 800 people in 4 hours is a huge success within the community, and at one time, actually 2 times during that event, we had to shut the door literally and say enough was enough, and people were backed up. So if you heard any complaints or concerns, it would have been that the hot tub might have been too full, or that the slide took a little longer to get down, but that's a great problem to have in any recreation facility. And again, so thank you to the sponsorship, and it was a great BC Family Day, and we look forward to those partnerships as we move forward. Within the report in parks, you see the quotation for the grower supplier for the hanging baskets, and this year's award went to Willow Valley Landscape Center. They did our baskets last year, and we had no issues or concerns, and anything was addressed if we had anything there, so that's reported out. And I understand that meets our requirements to provide council with some updates, that it's not a separate report, but within the tendering process of awarding that. I won't take up too much time, but to highlight a number of activities and special events coming up within the community. Megan is doing a great job in really starting to promote new ways to get families and kids and people into our facilities, and I don't want to question how they something like a shuffleboard, human shuffleboard, and public skate works, but we'll bring those forward to council as we go. In regards to the annual cleanup, please be aware that that's coming quick. Hopefully the melting snow is not that far away from spring, and you can start to see the garbage that is accumulated over winter. So any spots that we can get to, our operations and park staff are working to clean that up. But you know, that's always been our big spring push, and we'll continue to you know, promote and work on the Pitchin' Week and the cleanup campaign as we go forward. In the perspective of our strategic priorities, our union contract negotiations are coming up very quickly. Have had some preliminary discussions with our committee, and I anticipate to bring back reports through Jim, back through council as we move forward on that process. A couple of our projects, Crescent View Park Plan and the cemetery expansion, are later fall programs, but Darcy are further down the strat plan in regards to Dateline, but Darcy's been working with that with Duncan. And Hockey Canada should be arriving at the end of this month. We're just finalizing the trip. As I mentioned last time, they called the individual that was supposed to come up and do our review to Sochi, Russia, to do some additional review for the Olympics. So we were put on the back burner with that, and we're doing so as part of our tree removal policy work. Look very forward to meeting with the homeowner and trying to resolve that as we get closer to spring. David has been doing all the preliminary work with the mapping and inventory of all the trees on the street, so we get a better idea of exactly what we're looking for. And as council had asked, we'll be doing some public consultation with the neighborhood on that as we go forward. Just a last little point I wanted to put forward was that although data, you know, it's not maybe the most perfect data, but the collection of any data allows us to have a better picture. And last year we wanted to, since Matt's started to work very closely with Tyler Hawkins over at the Encana Event Center, starting to twig and look at some energy efficiencies. And I think part of it would be amiss that it's the first season we did have the ice out after 2 years of hockey season, but saw some significant savings in the energy side. And Matt will report out more on this next month, but I just wanted to highlight some consumption of a huge drop in our natural gas and our electrical bills over there with some savings, and the ballpark of that is certainly in the $63,000 range. So, you know, everything counts, whether we're turning the dial down a degree or not, and starting to get more data as we go forward. And Tyler's been a great addition for Ryan's staff, and certainly can walk the talk when it comes to energy savings and consumption savings with Matt. So I just wanted to plug that a bit as well. Just let that go. If there's any questions of council, please.
Councillor Parslow, and then we'll go around.
Yeah, just something you just said there, and then I have another question. The energy savings at Encana, did you say that's related to the no ice surface, or was it a general savings?
No, there would be generally, I think it would be the savings on the cost of the plant not being on for the period of time. I think even, if I'm correct, we had that plant run most of the season when we had the hockey team in.
The question I have is, in one of my chats with you recently, I think you said that the number of people involved in minor hockey was less than 200?
No, I think it's 280.
280?
280-ish,
right.
in that 280 to 300 range. Yeah.
Right, and it used to be over 600 odd, didn't it?
I can't refer, I may have been relating to the stories of numbers in Kenora, but I'm not sure, Jim, if there were data.
Well, it was certainly more than 280.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the question is, you know, there's a great sort of unmet need in this community. Another community, it relates to indoor soccer. And I was just wondering if there's only, have you ever looked at the scheduling so that we could, do we really need 2 ice surfaces for 280, you know, minor hockey plus, of course, junior tryouts, etc.?
Figure skating.
Pardon?
Figure skating.
Yeah, and figure skating, thank you. Could we get by with one and do like Fort St. John and other communities and have a designated indoor soccer arena. Like Fort St. John, they converted one of their old arenas into an indoor soccer thing, which people up there tell me is really successful and heavily used.
I don't think I would want to comment specifically to the Fort St. John, other than my basic knowledge would be is I think they had at one time online and still do 3 arenas.
Okay.
They have the twin pad arenas, and they still had their major facility. They did take the I think it was the kids arena offline, which would have given the 4th, and as well with the proximity to Taylor, they also used Taylor Arena quite a bit. So, but saying that, I think anytime, professionally, we always look at data, and I'm a huge believer in looking at something that's not just a year pattern, but down the road pattern. And it's interesting that one of the topics that we are looking at the recreational level, and Shantae is doing that data collection for me now, is to look at current ice. If that pattern changed, we've been collecting sort of information for 3 years. The cancellation process, how we cancel process, how long ice should be in. But the dilemma, and I can refer to the study we did, or the work we did back in Kenora prior to coming out west, was that the population size of this and the use that's demanded on weekends and some of the nights appears to be 2 maybe too much, but 1's not enough. So I think in answer to you, it's something we could be doing some work on and look long term based on council direction.
Thank you, Barry.
Okay, Jim?
Yeah, through your worship, the most common feedback item we got at the ice users meeting was that the closure of the ice at Encana was in fact straining reasonable ice times for the user groups. So I think the user groups would advocate for 3 surfaces, not 1. Just if you're going to throw that out there, you're going to hear from the user groups, because their belief is that 3 was better than 2.
Okay, Councillor McFadden, then we'll go
No,
to
it's Charlie asked the question. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Wilbur.
Different topic, and if it's the wrong time to ask, just let me know. It kind of the bus shelters and benches. I'm just wondering, are we responsible for them, or do we have a deal with BC Transit? Or I've just been getting actually a lot of complaints regarding the one at 7-Eleven at the top of 8th, just the weather when they're waiting for the bus and stuff, and there's no protection there for them. So I'm just wondering, how do we handle our bus shelters?
We handle them, but Jim, with a partner.
Our contractual agreement with BC Transit obligates us to provide the bus stop signs and shelters where we're going to provide shelters. Although they have a couple of really nice programs where all-weather shelters are obtainable at a subsidized rate, because they do contribute to some of those. And so if there is a desire for a sheltered bus stop in that location, if you can just get information to Kevin on that, we'll look about whether we can find we actually have a sheltered bus shelter that isn't commissioned at the moment because we changed the routes, so that might be a good place to move it.
Yeah, it's just really exposed to the weather, so thank you.
Okay. Any further questions for Barry? Okay. Thank you very much.
So I assume we're setting up.
So with that, let's take about a 5 or so minute recess, because we're going to move back to our delegations if they're here, which I assume they are.
Yes, they are.
And so we'll have to set up, I'm assuming, and get going. And as council is aware, we embarked on a risk management session. So I'm just going to turn things over quickly to Janet Loisel, who's maybe going to do some introductions here on the process and what we went through.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you. As you all know, this is Jack Gordon of Sigma Risk Management. He comes to us from Calgary. In November, we did the terms of reference for our corporate risk review, and Jack and his company came in, and we're the successful bidders. And we have gone very quickly through 2.5 months to get to where we are today. We are going to show you a lot of information, and the information that Jack has provided is really valuable. So I'll turn it over to Jack. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning. Happy Family Day.
Oh.
I'm here to talk about the results mostly of the risk management exercise that the city went through over the last 3 months, which we were honored to facilitate. Initially, I'll put up our terms of reference, which I thought were quite elegant in their simplicity. Basically defined what industry and business have come to regard as the enterprise risk management process and frameworks. Comprehensive risk identification, some of these words you're going to hear again. Risk tolerance, okay, what is the city's risk tolerance? Their tolerance for accepting risk and rejecting it. A risk analysis, which involves quantifying risk. A risk management plan and system framework, which actually we addressed first. A risk management policy, we have prepared one, I think, for council's adoption. And here we are at findings to council. So let me ask a question to begin. Who's generally regarded as the first political philosopher? Anybody?
Plato. I'll go with Plato.
Yeah, you're right, Plato. So what did Plato have to say about risk management?
Hold on, you better leave. Just better pause for a moment. Just pause this.
What did he have to say?
Yeah. Take a picture.
Okay, here's where the Greeks were at several thousand years ago. The problem with the future is that more things will happen than will happen. Okay, now that you may think that's not very helpful. I think it is. I mean, and the trouble I think that people have found with the human being and the way humans assess risk is maybe they don't take enough account of this, that there's a whole bunch of things that can happen. And maybe we should write them all down. Okay. Where are we here in 1957? Niels Bohr, a famous physicist. Prediction is very difficult, especially about the future. Okay. The fact of the matter is that up until about 20 years ago, there wasn't very much to guide us on how to assess our risks and manage them. And some 20 years ago, an organization called COSO, Committee of Sponsoring Organizations, a number of accounting, financial, and business organizations, put together a committee that developed a risk management framework. And this was the framework that we adopted here at the city. One of the main reasons we adopted it, because there are other frameworks, but this one has a nice colorful cube associated with it, which helps a lot, I think, in explaining the risk management framework and process to governors like you, boards of directors, for instance. So if I could, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on process, what we went through, because we want to get to the results, but I'd like to maybe talk about this cube very quickly and show you how it fits with what we did. The first, you can see on the front face, there's 8 steps, we'll call them, 8 components of the framework and processes of the COSO risk management model. Internal environment, objective setting, event identification, remember that was one of our terms of reference, risk assessment, which was called risk analysis, risk response, control activities, information, and monitoring. Okay. The top level of the cube involves various objectives: strategic objectives, operations objectives, reporting objectives, compliance objectives. Those are the objectives against which we measure risk. And then I guess it's the left-hand side of the cube says, you know, from the entity level down to the business unit level. So it's not just at the top level, it's right the way down through the organization. I would point out that in this front cube, the top 2, internal environment and objective setting, and the last 2, information and communication and monitoring, are really the framework, and the 4 processes are wedged in the middle. So I'd like to talk a bit about the 4 processes. Oh, well, let me back up. Here's what constitutes our work in the first two components: policy and procedure, roles and responsibilities, reporting, risk categories. We selected some risk categories to make the event identification go a little smoother. And lastly, risk appetite. We have to define what the risk appetite is. Okay, the first process, risk identification, is really writing a risk register, a long list of events, all the things that may happen. Hopefully, not all of them will happen. And we did that in a series of meetings with the business units and subsequent phone calls, blah, blah, blah. We came up with 71. I would comment that the meteorite wasn't one of them. Okay. Why is that? Why is a meteorite? Why should a meteorite not be on this list? It's very remote. You know, I've calculated the probability here of a meteorite falling on City Hall in 1 year. The probability is roughly 10 to the minus 9, 1 in a billion. That could happen. Okay. But secondly, what can we do about it? Is there some risk mitigation? Build City Hall underground. That's not going to be very cost effective. So, not every single event is on this list, but the major ones, the ones that are keeping the city staff awake at night are. The next process we went through was risk assessment, wherein we take all 71 events and we assign some likelihood and some impact, and we've chosen dollars to represent the impact. That's how you quantify risk: likelihood and impact. Think about it. Anything that any adverse event that you can think of has some kind of an impact if it happens, and also a likelihood. Now, likelihoods are difficult to assess sometimes. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes you have the data and you can use it. So for the ones where they were difficult to assess, and those are interesting ones, we had a risk assessment workshop. I think we had some 25 of the 71 events that we said, no, we're going to take this to a workshop. We had an all-day workshop, all the city staff, anonymous voting, ballots. It was quite intense. And we relied on, for quantifying those 24 risks, wisdom of the crowds. Anybody familiar with Wisdom of the Crowds? Anybody read that book? No? It's an interesting book. And it basically validates democracy, as it were. Okay. We then took the results of the risk assessment, both from the workshop and our independent risk modeling, and plotted them on what's called a risk matrix, which you'll see in 1 second. Okay. On the same graph, we plotted the risk appetite curve, which we derived using some simulated questions on risk that we had the city staff answer, and notably the chief administrative officer, who answered as a reflection of how he felt council would answer. And we plotted them, and that allowed us to determine what we referred to as key risks, the risks which are outside of our risk appetite. And then as part of a risk response, we would take those key risks and assign risk ownership. Okay. Any questions so far? Certainly I would welcome any questions of clarification.
I intend to ask, well, maybe it might be best just to go through an example. No, well, once you're done, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just curious, so in that last comment, so staff is making political assumptions in some of the scoring mechanisms here?
I think that's, no, I don't, good question. I don't have an answer.
Well, what you said was that the CEO gave answers that he thought council might
For the risk tolerance,
I
yes.
don't wish
or
to
how much
misquote you.
tolerance? No, that's
Yeah.
that,
And
that's
that
true.
certainly grabbed my
That's
attention.
true. It was interesting. Well, here, let's just have a look at it. Here's what came out of the risk appetite exercise. We first quantify the risk tolerance, and then using some mathematics, convert it to a risk appetite curve, which is kind of, well, never mind. I'll leave that for the careful reader of our report. Okay. But basically, what we have here is a graph where we're plotting the impact of an event, and you can see that's a log scale, because otherwise this is going to be 100 times higher than this. We've done this on a log scale. So the impact and the likelihood, and this is linear, 0 to 40%. We only had, I think, one event on our risk register with a likelihood of more than 50%. So that's the idea, is to plot these events, the likelihood and impact of these events. And any event above this red line, which is our risk appetite curve, is deemed to be outside our risk appetite. Any event less is within our risk appetite. And we have, you'll see, we have lots of risks within our risk appetite. We can handle them.
Define our risk appetite. Who's the R?
The cities.
The city staff?
Corporation of
the city staff?
No. The city staff, that's their risk appetite. This is the risk appetite that we derive from Jim on his perception of what city council's risk appetite is.
Can I ask a question, process question?
Yes.
Why weren't the elected representatives of the community asked about what their risk appetite was?
Good question. Would you like to have your risk appetite?
Most certainly. I especially only, I mean, not from the point of view of operations and stuff, from the point of view of those political factors, the four. The ones that grabbed my attention were the political.
Yeah.
The operational, which were 40 of the 70.
Yes.
That would be staff, but
Okay.
but I don't wish to interrupt you.
No, that's
I'm just
fine.
saying,
We've assumed a risk appetite for the corporation.
yeah,
Okay.
suggested that might need to
And
be
that-
validated by staff, by the council.
Well, the whole thing needs to be validated, I think,
Yeah.
the entire exercise. But for now, we also derived this risk appetite from benchmarking against other municipalities. Okay, looking at the relative size. And I think we were very happy with this risk appetite. It's a little higher than, a lot of municipalities because of the nature of what's going on here, but not so much higher. And then this is kind of the risk appetite that came out of the exercise with the city staff. So we call this the amber zone.
So Jack, why'd you only go to 40% again? What's the rationale?
Well, there was only one event. I mean, we could carry it on, but it gets a little boring out here because there's nothing happening over 50%.
What was that event? What was that event? What was the event, Jack?
Succession plan, failure of the succession plan. Okay, so here it is. Here's the risk appetite curve with most of the events plotted. See that? And you can see some of them are above the risk appetite curve. Some of them are well above it. Some are just below. We call this the amber zone. And we have quite a portfolio here that's within. And, that portfolio is comfortable. Something's going to happen. We don't know what it is, but we've tried to, quantify the relative frequency and impact of each of these events. And here are the events. Probably can't see that at home, but we'll publish this. So we took these events, called them key risks. These three events between the two, called them amber risks, and that's the process. Almost. We're almost finished. There's one, for those of you who are following this, there's one process left, and that's control activities. What do we do about these key risks? But before we get there, let's just review the key and amber risks. Flood. I would take it. I would assume that no one here is surprised by the presence of that event on our list of key risks. We've had, I think, three large floods in the last 10 years. The one in 2011, I think, which I've heard was a 1 in 25 year flood, caused $1.2 million in damage. We're talking 100-year floods here that are going to cause 10 times that. Inadequate water supply. Interesting risk. What if we don't have enough water out of our natural water supply and we have to truck water? How often is that going to happen? Well, it's happening often enough that it makes the list of key risks. And the costs associated with that, at least as estimated by the risk assessment workshop, were fairly high. Okay, keep going?
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Loss of fair share funding. What happens if we lose the fair share funding? Both at 2020 and perhaps before. Okay, that made the list. Provincial moratorium on hydraulic fracturing. Now, by the way, I didn't make these up. These came out of the wisdom of the crowds. These are the city staff. And I remember quite well when this was raised by one of the city staff. And everybody went, All right. I have a feeling, though, if we measured that today, given what was in the paper on the front page, well, it might be lower.
Really?
Well, Christy Clark has now said LNG for everybody. Well, if you're going to have LNG, you need natural gas. If you're going to have natural gas, it could be argued, I think, that hydraulic fracturing is a very important component of that. But it's a political risk, isn't it? So,
Yeah, I was thinking about the Obama factor and the acceleration of the green agenda. They probably would still embrace natural gas. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, we've done our best to
Yeah.
try to quantify that risk, and it can all these quantifications can be second guessed by anybody, but it's the best that we could do.
I thought it was a good one. This
Yeah.
was the press and everybody
Sure.
talking about water and the water trucks.
Well, I
and
mean,
potable water. And
they still have
Yeah.
one in Quebec.
Yeah.
Although they're talking about releasing
That's
it.
right,
They
yeah.
still have one, I think, in
Pennsylvania?
Yep. Not Pennsylvania, New Jersey.
New Jersey, yeah.
Number
I would
5.
agree with it being up there.
Sorry?
I certainly concur with Sue that is a big risk. for
Yeah.
Sure. But maybe it's something I
Yes.
support. Getting rid of it.
Go ahead, but when you say risk owner there,
Yes.
example is failure to make a cost-effective decision with respect to water supply risk. Is that what number 6 says there?
Well, I haven't got there yet.
Oh.
But and in fact, I haven't talked about this. Let me get through this.
But we're proving quickly why you didn't bother interviewing any of the councillors.
Have you changed over
Oh,
to the
that's
press now?
Okay, failure of succession plan. The city is under some stress insofar as recruiting, training, and retaining human resources, technical human resources. And most of the jobs at the city are technical. And the succession plan is supposed to ensure, if there was one, that this is not a risk. And most of the city staff felt that there was a high likelihood that the human resource succession plan would fail. And we'll talk about that. It's not a huge impact event. I think the impact was estimated at a median of 1.5 million, but it was a very high probability event. It was the 50%. Which brings us to,
Thank you.
Terry, failure to make a cost-effective decision with respect to water supply risk.
Well, my question is, why would the risk owner of that be the CAO and not the mayor and council?
That's a good question. I didn't have any authority, I think, to assign above the CAO, and he quite willingly assumed it, but I suspect that you know, he may well discuss transfer of the risk ownership to council on this one.
I assumed that the CAO's name would be there because the CAO is the one that directly dialogues with council. So
Dialogue does want the same responsibility. Who's the owner? I would agree with Terry. That's a political decision, number 6.
Well, within the city, there is obviously a feeling that however the decision is made, it will be made not on a cost-effective basis. And that was a risk that came out. I think, well, we'll see what the metrics look like. And then there's 3 amber risks. Cost overrun on a capital project, which is a $5 million sewer project, planning for the next few years. Loss of records at City Hall. There are some hard copies of records being stored at City Hall. If a flood or a fire or some other event were to damage those records, which go back decades and decades, building permits, development permits, you know, they're very important. There'd be a very large reputational impact, I think. And lastly, contamination at the decommissioned 115th Avenue landfill site. That was the 3rd. Okay? And you're right. Now we'll talk about risk owners. This was the general consensus about how ownership of this risk. Now, an owner is meant to take responsibility for it. Infrastructure and finance, both for flood because of possible mitigation by insurance, for which finance is responsible. An adequate water supply, infrastructure, loss of fair share funding, CAO and finance, and the rest of the key risks were assigned to the CAO.
If I can on that, so the risk and owner is to the corporation. So mayor and council, we are really, at the end of the day, it all falls to us, but we were looking at trying to quantify within the corporation.
Okay. I've done this quite a bit for private companies or publicly listed companies, wherein the board of directors has ultimate responsibility for ensuring that proper risk management is in place. So to the extent that you look at yourself as a board of directors, your responsibility, your governance responsibility, I think most directors agree on this, is not to micromanage risk management, but it's to make sure that the process, framework, exercise, thoughts, reporting, etc., has been done with the rigor that you require. Okay? So it would be unusual in a corporate setting, at least, for a risk owner to be one of the members of the board of directors.
But those things that are political decisions, we own those. Operational decisions, the CAO owns them on our behalf and is responsible to us. I think it might be just a title, because I'm with you, but I think the only, for me, where those things are political decisions, I think we own them.
In that sense, Charlie, I think you're right. You own them all.
Yeah, but the one that I would, number 6.
Number 6
of that list
sticks in your.
That's the one that
bra.
stands out for me for now.
Well, that we're going to get to that at the very last. But let's move on here.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the amber ones very quickly, because I think there's good news here. Oh, by the way, the last process is control activities, wherein the risk owner, with help, either reduces the likelihood of the event, reduces the impact of the event, reduces both, or, doesn't happen very often, reduces both to 0. Be nice, wouldn't it? That's usually expensive. And, you know, in settling on a control activity, one has to take account of how much it's going to cost. I mean, we can get rid of that meteorite risk by building City Hall underground, maybe.
Mile, so.
Yeah. So here's the first amber risk, cost overrun on a capital project. The workshop said 15% likelihood of $1 million cost overrun, which would be 20% of the largest project, $5 million. The risk owner, am I allowed to say names in this? Kevin Henderson, I think paused and said, yeah, okay, I accept that. And in fact, our engineering definition really isn't up to where he would like it to be. He wants a little more time to better define exactly, you know, the length, size of pipe, depth, et cetera, get some drawings done. He's going to defer the tender till next year. Well, it's this year. Better timing, better pricing from the contractors, and the beginning of construction would happen in the summer. So
can I just stop you there, Jack? So maybe we can get at some of these red flags that seem to be being raised for council. This is what the work Jack is doing for you is work that was requested by your auditor, asking you to have corporate plans. Okay, it wasn't asking you to have a more high-functioning council. It was asking you to have corporate plans. You've already seen this report from Kevin. He gave you a report that was identifying this risk and had a management strategy for it, which was that you deferred the tender and did summer construction. But he didn't have the decision. He had the responsibility for advising you, and you adopted his report. There's no question that here that administration is trying to take the work of council. We're talking about who's responsible providing you the recommendation by which you would mitigate your risk. So all we're saying in the last one is the person responsible for providing you with information about water sourcing decisions is the CAO, rather than someone lower in the organization. There's no intention to say that the decision belongs to the CAO. It's who's going to provide the risk management advice to you.
okay. The next amber risk is the loss of records at City Hall, which has a rather low likelihood, 3% over 3 years. It's 1% a year. $2 million impact. The mitigation of the risk owner was fairly obvious. Digitize the records. That risk goes away. And if you do the math on this, 1%, 3% over 3 years, 1% times 20 million, the expected value of that risk is about $20,000 a year. 1% of 2 million, 20,000. And then if you do another math, sort of capitalize that stream of $20,000 risk values over, you know, infinite period, divide by some cap rate, say 10%, you come up with 200,000. That's the value of that risk right now on a net present value basis. So if the cost to eliminate the risk completely were less than 200,000, it makes sense. Sorry, you know, for the math there, but I think it's pretty simple and solid, and we can do that. We can digitize the records for less than 200,000. I think it's the latest estimate is roughly 100,000 over the next 3 years. 100,000 in total over the next 3 years. Something that I believe is going to be done. And the last amber risk is contamination. If contamination is found at the decommissioned 115th Avenue landfill site. Very remote, 1% over 3 years. So the chances of finding contamination, at least according to the risk assessment workshop, in the next 3 years is only 1%, pretty small, but $5 million impact, pretty heavy impact. Once you find contamination, you can't ignore it, and it costs. This is the only known unknown environmentally at the city. The risk owner says, well, before we do anything on controlling it, let's define it better, which is sensible. So a phase 1 and phase 2 environmental site assessment is being considered. I think the estimated cost of that, correct me if I'm wrong, is in the order of $40,000 to $50,000 to find out once and for all, you know, whether it's 0 or 100.
Which site is that?
This one was shut down here probably 4 or 5 years ago, where local developers were doing clean fill from when they were doing development of the sites down right on the old fill site.
It's right beside a creek.
Creek.
It's right beside a creek, which isn't a good place for a landfill.
Well, not nowadays.
Well, it's decommissioned. Maybe it's a good place for a decommissioned
In
landfill.
the old days, that was perfect site, wasn't it?
It was
Row your
convenient.
boat
And cheap, yeah. Okay, so that's the amber risks. I think we, you know, and you know, if we adopted the city staff's risk tolerance, we'd have to deal with these, so, and they're dealing with them. So I think we're in good shape here. Let's talk about flood. So we know we've had some smaller floods. What's the likelihood and impact of a large one? So we adopted sort of a 100-year flood, and everybody who's lived here for 35 years had to take what they've seen in 35 years and ramp it up a bit. And there was a fair variance of opinion in the workshop as to what the impact would be of a 100-year flood, but this was the median, 15 million. Okay, based on basically loss of all of the culverts and bridges owned by the city, a lot of the park pathways, lighting in the river valley, plus some other overtime temporary bridges, et cetera, et cetera. Any questions on that?
Has this been informed by the insurance stuff that we've been talking about, Jim? You know, where they say, you know, events that maybe only occurred so often, I forget what they were, going to happen more frequently? You and I had some chats about that.
Yes, that's why the 100-year was chosen. It is already outside the magnitude of anything that has been predicted.
So the obvious mitigation is insurance. Can we buy some flood insurance? And it's probably going to be a bit expensive. I believe finance is out for a proposal on this. One might say, what about provincial disaster relief? And I think that the experience of the city recently has cast into doubt the reliability of that disaster relief as well as the amount. So it's not considered as reliable as it once was. I don't believe we've got paid for the 1.2 million in damage we had in 2011 just yet. All right, but if we do buy insurance, which is a bit expensive, it reduces the impact by a factor of 10, down to something like $1 million or $2 million in uninsured loss. But if we insure the culverts, bridge, the one bridge, and the infrastructure in the river valley, that should allow us to bring that risk within our risk tolerance.
Is there any idea of what the cost of insurance might be, the range from other municipalities?
Yes and no. I did a study for the town of Canmore last year. They're roughly your size and your risk profile. They have flood, they have wildfire. Well, you don't have much wildfire here. They have all the same set of issues that you do. And they had flood insurance at a reasonable cost through the provincial municipal insurance plan. I'm not sure if that's available here in British Columbia. Now, there'll be some people watching at home on this, and but if you do the math here, Charlie, 4% of 9 million. Now, this is a 3-year likely.
Come
Wrong.
forward. Yeah.
1% of 15 million. What's that?
1% of 15 million?
150,000. Is that some kind of a good estimate of the insurance cost, you think? Well, flood insurance deductibles are fairly high, so, but it should be less than that, but it's hard to know.
Yeah.
So here's the water supply risk. The workshop wisdom of the crowds suggested a 4% likelihood, which is, roughly once every 25 years, will have a $9 million impact. And right now that impact would be manifest in the cost of trucking water to replace the water that we don't have in our reservoirs.
And inadequate was inability to supply water for basic home use.
No, current level.
Inadequacy to present the current level at stage 4 or stage 1?
Stage 4.
Stage 4.
I think that's a good assessment. We did spend some time defining what inadequate water supply meant. And that's a difficult question.
Oh, yeah.
And people will have different biases on that question. But for the workshop group, Jim has suggested.
Unable to sustain stage 4.
Correct. Which does assume some decrease in some demand control, some demand management, but not total. Yeah. Now, it was pointed out by a number of people who have worked here for 30 and 35 years that they've never had to truck water. Some things have changed, some good, some bad. The demand has increased. We've increased some reservoirs. There is now a water weir, which will enable us to get water where previously we couldn't at low river levels. But depending on what side of the global warming fence one sits, you may say, well, these droughts are going to be more frequent. These floods are going to be more frequent. I find it ironic that, two of your key risks are flood and shortage of water. Okay, so that risk management irony. There are many, many alternatives, so many, to mitigating this risk, including the status quo, which is just when it happens, we truck water, which admittedly is tacky, but it's an alternative. It's certainly one that Chetwynd faced for 2 years.
So likelihood of contamination of the water source is embodied in this risk?
No.
Well, the Chetwynd problem was caused by contamination of the water supply. So that's why I asked that question.
Yes.
Okay.
But the fact of the matter is, for that reason, they were short of water. They couldn't take water out of their conventional water supply system.
Right.
Correct.
So what I'm wondering if there are two different factors here. This is inadequate water supply.
Yes.
For any cause.
Yes.
Okay, not just shortage of water.
We actually there is another event on the risk register that says there has been a pipeline break upstream.
Yeah.
And we did the likelihood and impact of that, and interestingly enough, the impact is pretty close to zero, as it was with Chetwynd. In fact, I don't know if you know this or not, but for 2 years they trucked water.
Yeah.
After the first year, no, for 1 year I think, they started drilling wells. They drilled 3 wells, and in the words of Don Gordon, who's the town engineer for Chetwynd, we got lucky. We found some groundwater with one of those 3 wells. So for the last year, before they cleaned up the oil spill, they took water out of the water wells. And at the end of the day, I said, how much did that cost? And he said, nothing. The oil company who spilled the oil, caused the whole thing, was liable for everything. So ironically enough, they went from a fairly robust system to an anti-fragile system. Right? I mean, they're stronger than ever now because they have these water wells. So that event is on the risk register, but it's not a key risk because of the liability of anyone who causes it, assuming you can find that party. I think that's a relatively good assumption.
I find it interesting that with all of the talk about water, that has a 4% of likelihood, which is interesting and also good to see because you have so many people would probably peg that as a 95% in light of what's happened in the last two years out of the last 45. They've all happened in the last 5 years where we've had to go to restrictions.
Yes, but this isn't restrictions.
That's right.
This is, even at stage 4, you just don't have enough water. And 4% is actually quite high given that we're talking about an event that has never happened. It has not happened in
35 years.
60-some years. So it's never happened, so assigning any likelihood to it is already making a projection.
And
A conservative one, yes.
And you know, the other comment with this, I mean, we have a great staff here, don't get me wrong, but I could assemble maybe 20 other people to go through the same thing, and they would probably have quite a different risk assessment on this one.
So let's just speak to that. If we have issues with trust of staff, we actually should have identified them and never brought the consultant in, because when the auditors talked about our lack of a risk management plan, our auditors assumed staff would be competent to participate in this process and make a plan. If council has a different opinion, it would be good actually if you had told the CAO at some point, anywhere along the line, that you were feeling that way, because then I could have communicated to the consultant. We would have had a different thing. So when you're talking about the likelihood of an event around a municipal water supply, the normal thing a competent professional would do is consult the people who are involved in the annual operations of that facility rather than people who have no knowledge at all. Because Jack can't do his work with people who have no knowledge at all. So if that was your goal, you should have told us. If there are trust issues with the CAO and staff, they should have come out before Jack puts up a slide and all of a sudden we've got pushback about the fact that your corporate managers were the ones chosen to help make a plan to manage corporate risks. Normally, that's who you choose.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Or do you want to make it? No, before we started,
No.
before we started on this road of quantifying risk, we gave a test to all of the staff to see where they're coming from in terms of their ability to use likelihoods and estimate impacts and the discrimination on what they know and what they don't know. It's a kind of a standard test, and the staff that performed very, very well. There was, shall we say, moderate overconfidence, which actually we find in most cases, even in very sophisticated, supposedly sophisticated corporations. We've worked for big companies, right? And they're all, you find this overconfidence in staff in their ability to assess risk. But their discrimination, the actual alignment of their probabilistic skills was right on the money. It was a very, very, and there was no cognitive bias in the workshop. We tried to eliminate any cognitive bias. We tried to get to the pure sort of wisdom of the crowds. So I'm fairly confident, having done this a number of times, that the numbers that came out of the staff were fairly good numbers, as relatively free of cognitive bias as one can make them. But of course there's, but look, I think you've made a really, really good point about how if you go to the public, you're going to get a different answer, because there is and in fact, let's get to the last one, which is kind of this one in reverse: the failure to make a cost-effective decision on water supply.
I must say, though, something that I did say I have every confidence in staff, but I could assemble 20 people.
Absolutely, yeah.
Who, because these things get political, I would have, I have every confidence in staff, so I regret that the CEO missed that preface to what I said. Thank you.
Okay. So, loss of fair share funding. I see I've gone over time. Am I good for another few minutes?
You speak as long as you want. Take as long as you want.
Loss of fair share funding. Okay, this was again, a relatively low likelihood event, 2% likelihood in the next 3 years, saying nothing about 2020. But look at the impact, 45 million. Now, how was that number arrived at? Because
3 years?
3 years, yeah. So it could be 5 years, but then we wouldn't lose 100%. So it was one of those numbers that was a median and represented the net present value of the expected loss, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so the independent review that was just completed, I read that report in preparation for here, and I found no help in that report as regards risk management. It didn't address whether there was a likelihood and what that likelihood was of maybe, you know, that program being pulled before 2020, and it didn't even really provide a number as at 2020, which would be, that's 7 years away, but you can still estimate what might happen given what we know now. So this is a difficult one to mitigate because it is a pure political risk, and the only mitigation I think is either advocacy with the provincial government or in preparing for the downside in 2020, for which the report to which I just referred offered some assistance. Yes, Doctor.
Forgive me if this is out of order or anything, but for something like, you know, it seems sort of more of a concept, you know, the loss of fair share funding, you know, how do you arrive at, you know, a percentage, you know, how do you arrive at, and let's, if you don't mind me using this as an example, at 2% for the loss of fair share, you know, how do you assess a number value to it?
How we did it was we discussed the risk, everybody shared their knowledge. We then assessed the wisdom of the crowds anonymously using keypad balloting as to likelihoods. And by this time, the risk assessment workshop group had been trained sufficiently that they knew what a 1 in a 100-year event was, or 1 in a 200-year event, or 1 in a 50-year event, et cetera, et cetera. So to answer your question, it wasn't exact, everybody didn't say 1%.
Of course, yeah.
We had this typically a normal distribution, and we selected you know, the median.
Yes, okay.
So that was the median of the, so it was a fairly low probability.
Using the, yeah.
The next 3 years.
The next 3 years, yeah, a reduction over the next 3 years, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's right. It was a reduction. It wasn't a total loss. We just said a reduction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a, in the register here, Appendix B for your report, is there a, or somewhere in here about 2020 rather than 3 years in the future?
No.
Okay. I was just, sorry.
No, this was done on a 3-year planning basis.
Yep.
And I think there's some feeling that maybe if they continue with this exercise, they'll do it every 3 years. So that's where the 3 years came. Okay, here's the fracking risk. 10% likelihood of a $10 million impact. Fairly high likelihood compared to some of these other likelihoods. Okay, and this is, again, like the fair share risk, a challenge to mitigate. All you can really do is advocacy, lobbying, and education.
So, if the risk is a moratorium,
yes,
then does this, if this report is accepted by council, we need to be aware that the mitigation is to advocate for fracturing. Is that the corollary of this? I'm just asking the question.
It's up to the risk owner.
To the risk, for the risk owner,
the
yes.
risk owner.
If one of the mitigations is
to
advocate, we'll be advocating for fracturing to continue, because the risk is the moratorium. Am I understanding this mitigation
It's one
correctly?
possible mitigation, yes.
Yes,
is
which
to
we
advocate
council
for,
can say yes or no to. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. And lobbying therefore.
Because that would be an interesting discussion amongst council, I'm sure, about fracturing, whether it's a good thing or not.
Okay. Well, once again, it's like that. It's like no. I think it's the same situation as with water supply. Everybody has an opinion,
Yeah.
but some opinions are more educated and informed than others. And you hope that the folks in Victoria who make these decisions are at least make an informed decision with all of the facts. And I think hydraulic fracturing, from what I know about it, which is probably, you know, maybe more than the average person, it has suffered from some myths.
And the reason Jack says he knows more is because he does work for companies that are involved in that business, mitigating their risks.
Yes.
And their risks are that the public will force a moratorium. So.
Yeah.
Well, no, not really. They'll just go to some place where there isn't a moratorium. Like
that's how they mitigate.
Texas, you know. Yeah. Okay. Any more discussion on that one? And here's the succession plan risk. This is the highest likelihood risk. It's not a big impact. Well, $1.5 million is more than I have in my checking account, but the likelihood is what really brings it into key risk status. Okay, and again, it's a tricky risk. I think it's fair to say that you know, city staff have tried the conventional approaches and they haven't been all that successful. Conventional wisdom is not the solution necessarily to this risk. And quite frankly, I think it's a complicated enough risk that it bears some real studious thought and consideration by everybody. And I think that's why this organizational review is one of your strategic priorities this year. So I don't know if I can say much more about this particular risk.
It's always a problem in a small organization.
Yeah. It's a problem where you have a healthy economy. You're competing for human resources. I mean, you're not the only ones with this risk, I'm sure. I know everybody has it, and even in Dawson Creek. So it's competition for human resources.
One of the reasons it made such a high level is that we have a number of operations where we can't address staff shortage by reducing the amount of service. In some places like the water treatment plant or the arena or building inspection, if we have no qualified folk, we simply have to close those operations. So that makes a bigger impact than not being, in a large organization, you might have to reduce service. In ours, you might have to eliminate service.
Okay, here it is. It's a variation, I guess. It's a consequence. It's a knock-on event from the first event, which was we don't have enough water. Assuming we're going to mitigate that risk to within our risk appetite, which I think we should. How do we do it? And this is seemingly the largest risk on the risk register, is that in making that decision, a bad decision is made. Now, your thesis may be, what business is it of the cities to say something like this? You know? Because that decision will either be made by council or by a referendum, and you know that's the way those decisions are made. But I think it's a good thing, it's a healthy thing for the city staff to say that this could happen. So how do we make sure it doesn't? It's our job.
Absolutely.
It's our job to make sure the decision makers have everything they need to make a good quality decision.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
it's just who owns the ultimate risk. I think it's just that previous sheet presentation where you had the risk.
So maybe in future slides that would say instead of risk owner, risk manager, and then I think you folks wouldn't have had the same reaction, because when you get to the end, this is what you expect me to do on that risk.
Absolutely.
So it's not like I'm trying to make the decision.
No.
I'm trying to own the management of it.
Yeah. No, this is a very good presentation, and it's just that red herring for me. Not red herring, the red flag, because that is a political decision, as you just said, and our staff will give us very good
Is
information.
it, okay, so is it unfair to expect city staff to say, gee, you know, sometimes political decisions are not made very well. And this is a big one, so we better make sure that this, to the extent we can. And let me just go through this list, because you may think, well, I know what I need to know, but maybe you don't. What is the decision frame? You know, what is the decision frame? Is it just water supply risk, or is it pipeline versus reservoir? Is it demand versus supply? It's very, very, very important to ensure a good decision that you have a proper decision frame, and that everybody, council, everybody, agrees on that decision frame. And if you fail in that, the rest of it may be done very well. But if you have the wrong frame, you're going to get the wrong decision. And the civic risk tolerance and preferences, I think, are very, very important to a quality decision. And this is interesting, because this comes back to what you were saying, Charlie. There is different mentalities regarding water supply and water supply risk tolerance. I mean, if you're a water supply engineer, like Kevin Henderson, yeah, that's the solution. Okay. If you're a water consumer, I don't want to ever run out of water. I don't care what it costs. If you're council, you're sitting there going, oh, gee, okay, I better make sure, you know, that I have this defined and that I have good information. And then inform but don't manipulate the political decision process.
So maybe just again to take you back to the first slide. When we're talking about defining these risk tolerances, staff defines the tolerance in which if this happens, it's covered. It's available in our budget envelopes, or there's insurance, or Jim won't be that mad at me. So, but the next level up is where I'm identifying, if this happens, I'll be mad at the department head, but there's ways around it that council has in the past found. So that's where you get that line, is what I was reporting on is in the past, whoopsies, within this level, there's a way around them. The council finds a way around them. And then over that are the ones that are bigger than any whoopsie we've ever dealt with, which we define as being outside our risk tolerance.
Yeah.
I wasn't speaking for you, I was saying in the past, this is the level that the sky didn't fall, so let's talk about over that level.
I think this is almost the last slide. Just for laughs, we put up a little schematic of the water supply system as it currently exists. We developed this with Jim. I think it's fairly accurate. You know, you're coming out of a watershed with precipitation into a number of reservoirs, water treatment plant, booster station. You see evaporation and seepage is a big problem here, 16%, I think, per year. Trucking as required, that's the status quo risk mitigation if you do run out of water. Now, how awful. That hasn't happened very much in BC. I think it happened in Tofino, and it happened in Chetwynd. I haven't heard of it happening on a large scale anywhere else in recent memory. And then we have demand down here, Goose Coop and Dawson Creek, and you know, you can control demand to a certain extent for a certain period without, you know, and again, that comes back to what's the risk tolerance of the community, both industrial and residential, as to the so this is a system, right? It's a system right now. We can change this system to make it more robust, or we can leave it alone and face the risk that it represents, which, according to the risk assessment group, is more than our risk appetite. So maybe there's something we can do to change this system. And it requires a risk analysis to find out what the best, most cost-effective, most reliable within the terms of the risk tolerance of the city is. What mitigation is the best.
And so one thing we might want to consider is after we've had our public meetings, we've gathered our input, we understand how the public sees the issues, what options are there. and you choose an option, you might well want to put it through a risk analysis by Jack or someone else to find out if you've actually lowered your risks. Because one of the risks, the biggest risk of this making a bad decision is that you might throw water at a problem, or throw money at a problem that doesn't actually, at the end of the day, reduce the identified risks. You know, that would be really bad. That's why it's the #1 risk.
And it's happened before. Okay, so with that, I'm just going to go through in a very self-serving way the terms of reference and put check marks behind all those. And I don't think there's any time for discussion, but we've had discussion on that. So.
Went very well along the way as people had questions, but thanks, Jack. I don't want to leave more questions than answers, though. So is there any further things?
Duncan, did you have?
I was wondering, I don't know if it's, well, I'll just say it anyway, is identifying a potential risk, you know, about making a cost-effective water decision, you know, is saying that that's a risk sort of implying that there is, you know, a right way to go? Does the consultant or anybody believe that there is a optimized way to go? Like, I don't know.
It's a very complicated
to Jim's point, though, that's why you probably want to put it through a risk assessment, because at the end of the day, if we turn around and say, and the community says, we need a new pipeline in the piece, then you do a risk assessment analysis on it and find out that, are you going to spend X tens of millions of dollars, is it really going to fix the problem?
So risk assessment on both scenarios. Okay.
So I think the answer to your question is no one within the city has the answer, but they're afraid that it'll be the wrong answer. It might be a rush to judgment or some less than quality decision.
Sure.
Yeah. But I don't think anyone really has a good idea of you know, and it kind of depends on the planning horizon, and that's a political decision too. I mean, you don't want to do this every year. You don't want to upgrade your water supply system every year. It's something you do every few years. How often do you want to do it? Every 5 years? Every 10 years? I mean, there's a chronology of growth in the reservoir of the city over the last 20 years. And okay, let's say we're gonna do it for 5 years, and maybe we'll have a look at 10 years and see if there's anything, you know, if it costs that much more, et cetera, et cetera. So that's part of the thing too, is how often is an upgrade to the system appropriate? 5 years, 10 years, 50 years? Do we want to build something for 50 years? Finance it with debt, with a 50-year bond, and people 50 years hence will be paying part of the fair share, as it were. A very complicated kind of decision, and it's also a little bit complicated to try to get the risk preferences of the citizens, because they're eventually going to pay for this. Any other questions yet?
Just the climate change and agriculture. There's work going on in this area about that. Now, whilst that is outside city boundary, I'm just wondering if that was discussed, because a change in agricultural practices, would that have a risk factor to the economic well-being of the community? Was that you talked about?
I don't recall that discussion.
No. Okay. Well, presumably they didn't feel it was significant a factor, or because maybe it's outside city boundaries.
No, because it's outside a 3-year time frame.
Outside a 3-year time frame.
Everything on this was, you'll see that one of the recommendations Jack is making about a policy is you treat risk management almost like you treat your budget. You would every year update your 3-year plan. And as you began to see things on the more immediate horizon, you would begin to identify them and see where they fit within your risk tolerances and whether they needed to be mitigated. So it'd be a constantly revolving matrix.
Just a comment. I've really enjoyed your presentation. I really like the style in which you do it, and
thanks.
I'm just thinking that I mean, maybe there's no call for it, but this would be a fascinating exercise for politicians to go through.
Well, why don't you suggest that?
I'm suggesting it to our illustrious CAO.
We could have.
It's kind of
we
tacky
could
for
have
consultants to suggest you hire them again.
It would
No,
be my
thank you very
pleasure.
much.
It would be my pleasure to have a risk workshop for council.
No, I listen to lots of presentations. I'm sure all councillors do, but I kind of like your style. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Good. Well, on that, thanks very much, and appreciate all of the time that you put in, and obviously listening and hearing all of this, the time that staff put in as well. It was obviously quite an exercise. Hopefully for staff was enlightening. I know we haven't done something like this in a while, if it ever, this process. And I know it's really
just on all work to date, which is what the auditor identified was an event hit the radar and mitigation strategies for the event were put in. Insurance is your number one response, but in terms of a comprehensive look, it hadn't been done, which is why the auditor said you should probably have this done.
Good. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you, Rick.
So on that, I'm going to put the slide up, and with council's indulgence, we'll go to 7:12 quickly, and then we can actually recess. 7:12 is the report on 7:12 is actually the corporate risk. I believe Tyra's at the back. She's fine. Yeah. My hope would be. I thought we'd get this done now.
Thanks very much.
Expert.
What's that?
You'll be the expert.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thanks. My hope would be the council would make a motion then to, as we said, to refer this to the next meeting, where we come forward with the one for the fair share, because I believe we need a little bit more time to digest the information we just received in the presentation with the report as well.
I'll make that motion.
Councillor Wilbur, Councillor Schumann, making that. Okay. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. With that, we can actually have a motion to recess to the closed, and we have 25 minutes. We brought in lunch. If it works for council, I think we'll have a motion to recess to the closed and have a working lunch, and closed is very small, like always. We'll get it done before we go open up into our budget meeting at 1 o'clock. Okay. So with that, by Councillor Parslow and seconded by Councillor Wilbur. All those in favor? What did I do? Opposed? Count. Okay. Motion to recess. And we'll take 5-10 minutes before we grab food. Okay, good afternoon, and just after 1 o'clock, but we'll open our budget meeting for February 18th. This will be our final budget meeting before we go to the community with presentations. So on that, we have a review of the items for discussion. Under 2.1, we have a professional consulting services information. But on that, maybe I'm going to, before we get to council, turn it over to Jim, to Shelley, or to give a bit of background on this. And
Through your worship, I believe you also got a list of changes, or were you just going to go through
no,
I was just going to report on them verbally after council had their initial discussion.
Okay. Or before?
I would hope before.
Yeah, there's about 7 or 8 items that have changed because of new information.
So if you
yeah, please, because
you know, as I say in the budget report, is that preparing the budget is a process, and it's always we're going ahead in real time, but we have to prepare the package at a certain date, so things are constantly changing. Year-end amounts are changing, directors are bringing in new information, council is approving new planning documents. So a couple of the items that I know are going to change. We're going to add some revenue for recreation fees.
For what fees?
Recreation fees. After the user fee policy was adopted, we're going to add another $13,725 for baseball diamond user fees are going to go in. Soccer field user fees, $3,300 is going to go in. We have a change in insurance. The first draft total insurance that the city pays was listed as $509,000. That's going to go down to $457,000, and we're going to put a little bit of contingency in there for the deductible. Sustainability and energy planning. There was a budget input error. That was mine alone, where I had the employee wages and then it listed as a QP. So there was a double entry on 70,000 that's coming out. The energy manager, which is funded by 100% by BC Hydro, that's going to change. He had a base salary beginning. He's gotten his certification. So directors are recommending that his wage be increased, and the net is $12,500. The water fund communications plan to do with public meeting security has recommended an consulting amount of $50,000. That's not the consultant's contract. It's the whole project cost. So it would be renting of facilities, the consultant, the communications consultant, plus the photo consultant. In the sewer fund, recommending a change to increase the electricity budget of the blower building electricity, and that was, pardon me, right at the end of the process. We always look at 2012 actuals, and the electricity budget increased substantially from previous years, and that's because the water reclaim came on. So we have talked to our consultants on that, and he's got a lot of technical expertise that I don't understand, but suggests that because of this coming online, you have to pump up more. Anyway, I have the backup if you need it for that. We have an $80,000 add-in for the fire truck project. And after you put those in, take them out, net them out, it's about a $50,000 change from the initial package. This is not including any changes that council brings today. So that's what I have. If there's more changes coming after or as the 5-year is put together, I'll let you know.
Okay, thanks. And what was just handed out here, excuse me, was a list of those changes, but then it also had the answers for the questions this morning from Ms. Connolly from the Chamber of Commerce. So it's good to have that, because going forward we'll want to make sure we compile all these questions and answers together for the entire community for the budget meetings.
Yeah, this was basically done on Friday as an internal document, and I would have PDF'd it out, but sometimes when you're at the end of the budget, the computer does funny things. So we'll see if we can, I gave it to Tyler this morning to see if he could recover the sheet. So.
It's a computer. It's never gone.
It's not so much lost as mislaid.
I have a hard copy. I don't have an electronic copy. Yeah. I may have now because it's a few hours later. But
Excellent. So on that, before we get too deep here, I should, a little remiss, oops, if I can go back, just for process, we do have under minutes, we have 2-1, which is the minutes from the last budget meeting that we need to adopt, just so we have those. Councillor Schumann, seconded by Councillor Malkinson. All those in favor? Opposed? And it's carried. And then we have some of the changes there that Shelley brought forward, and at this point it's probably best just we open up the floor to council. We've had a couple of weeks to review the budget documents and the proposals, and this is the meeting. If there's things that you want added, changed, Shelley needs to know. So, Councillor Malkinson.
What about projects and things like that? We've got a few, like the skate park air structure, and what else did I have written down? I suppose the Encana meeting space is going to be up for discussion in this process as well, eh?
No, those never made the cut. They're not in the budget documents, either of them, but if you'd like them to be, this is where you'd...
No, I just saw them identified. I thought they were...
No, they didn't make the cut.
No, they were ones that...
They're on the deferred list.
Yes, yes, deferred list. That's...
So if you wanted to bring something forward...
It's just... Yeah, I understand now.
So...
Yeah.
Okay, so Councillor Parslow.
Okay, well, I'll kick off. I have spent quite a bit of time going through this budget. And I've spent some time with Shelley. I appreciate it very much, Shelley. I'm very comfortable with the capital budget as presented. I'm very comfortable with the tax rates material. I have some motions for amending the operating budget slightly. And then I've asked Shelley, one of the difficulties I have with the operating budget, well, let me put it on the positive. I really like the capital budget stuff because I look at the backup, I understand what the project is, and I know what I'm approving. And I think it's very important for me. Everyone's got different tolerance levels and so on. It's got nothing to do with trust whatsoever. It's my exercising of my fiduciary responsibilities to the taxpayers as I see it. But I don't know quite often what I am approving in the operating budget. Now, I had a chat with Shirley about that, and I've sort of highlighted a few things that I would like to understand more. What am I improving? What's underneath these figures, so that I know that okay, when I approve the budget, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. Because a budget is a financial translation of a plan. And I have every confidence that those plans have been carefully put together, but if I'm going to approve a budget, I want to make sure that I can support the plan or the work. So at a subsequent meeting, I'm sure I'll have some more information, and I don't want to move motions for getting rid of different this, that, and the other until I know what's implicit in that change. Right? That's totally irresponsible of me. But I do believe as an overall strategy, from my lens, that we need to, we have a need to try and find as much money as we can for the capital projects. Some of those capital projects will be funded through debentures, I know, but if we can fund some of them or more of them through funding from taxation, I think we should try to do that. And I think there's some operating things that I cannot support and will not support. And so I'm going to propose some things right now, and there will be others coming, well, maybe once I've got some more information. And you will have your list, I'm sure. But so I have a couple of motions here, and if I can read them to you, quite short. That the resourcing in the 2013 budget of 2 floater positions for the fire department be removed from the budget. So that's a motion.
Okay, you're doing that as an official. So seconded by Councillor McFadden. Okay, so we will obviously go one at a time.
Yeah.
On these.
I'd just like to speak to that.
Yeah, please
motion.
start with that.
As I said earlier, I believe there's a need to look at ways of reducing our operating budget to find funds to support, among other things, core infrastructure initiatives. Since 2005, the number of positions in the fire department has grown from 13 positions with no deputy and no dispatcher to 17 positions and a dispatcher, a chief, and a deputy. And that's basically a quote from materials given to us by Shelley. I recognize the importance of a professional fire department. I think we need to, in this budget, hold the line on what we have right now and use that time to see what other communities are doing for firefighting services. I'm also concerned, as I'm sure all councillors are, of some of the implications of that underwriter's report we received. And my impression was that if we didn't do certain things, it would impact insurance rates in the community. I would like some backup material on that. I'm sure we all do. We all have friends living in communities that the fire department is completely volunteer. Others, like Soot, where I lived for many years, where there's just 3 professional firefighters and the rest are volunteer. And Soot is grown to be a bigger community than Dawson Creek now. I do know about the insurance people pay in those 2 communities. And from my limited knowledge, I don't see a disparity. So I'd like some more work. I'm not saying that right now, but I'm just saying there is a concern. We have to look at it, but we can defer that those 2 additional positions this year and get maybe more comfort level on, for me at least, insurance issues. So that's why I'm making that motion.
Okay, so I just want to go around the room and then find out if there's any other questions on that. Because of course my first question is, being around when they did the study, the underwriter study, and the information that came forward at that time with all the recommendations, is when we started working up, we knew it wasn't something we could go all in 1 year from the 13 to the 17, what have you, but there was all that study, I'm sure you've read it, Councillor, too, highlighted a lot of the costs around insurance, or what the impacts would be to the community if we did not reach certain levels or plateaus. But Jim, from a staff level, I don't know if you have that information from Shorty, but if council voted to not fill those positions, what are the implications? Do you know?
Through your worship, the implications are not to current operations. The implications are to meeting the standard that the underwriters identified, which was that you would have a minimum of 3 individuals on duty at all times. The reason for the floater positions proposed first in the underwriter survey and then in the fire master plan that was developed in response was built-in redundancies, basically, to make sure that you always had those 3. The underwriter survey is a forward-looking document. It has a list of things that it believes the city should address. As you know, you got a separate report from Shorty and then another one from another consultant on which of those things had already been done, which you could work on over in a near term, and which would require a longer term look. For instance, facilities take a longer term look. So that report said ideally you would hire 2 floater positions in 2013. It certainly does not say if you don't hire those positions, your insurance rating will go down. It will be part of the basket you have changed to upgrade your system within the 5 years before the next underwriter's review. So depending on how progress is on other areas, you might find it necessary at the next underwriter survey to add those positions or face an insurance increase. And it is not up to us whether there's an insurance increase, it's up to the underwriter. The underwriter establishes a grade and the insurance companies use that. The issue of how many full-time professional firefighters you have versus how many paid on calls versus how many volunteers is kind of irrelevant to you folks, because your collective agreement establishes a full-time professional force, and there is currently no mechanism in labor law by which you could remove that. You could have no fire department, or you could have a full-time paid fire department, but you could not have a volunteer department. It would be unlawful under the current labor standards.
Yeah, and I'm not even approaching that. I'm just talking about the complement.
Okay,
so this was part of a basket of recommendations that came out of the fire master plan. The master plan's recommendation was that you did it immediately, but it had other recommendations for immediate action that have been deemed in the subsequent report to be impractical at the moment.
And one of the reasons why they suggested that some of this be done immediately is, with my other hat, I have the misfortune of going to most fire calls, and it never looked good when the gentleman running the fire truck also jumped out and started pulling hoses and was also trying to hook it up, because somebody phoned in, was sick or on vacation, you had 2-man crews or 3-man crews, and at that time somebody was answering the phones and didn't leave, and so there was a lot of good information of why the complements have grown to where they're at, for the safety mostly of the employees, but also for response when they get there. So anyway, just looking at council, if there's any further questions that you need on this to make a decision on removing that. So the motion then is to remove from the budget the 2 floater positions, which has financial impact of close to 200,000, I think.
It's 161,488.
Okay. Out of the operational budget. Okay. No further questions? Okay, so all those in favor? Opposed? And it is carried.
Another motion, if I can continue,
3 opposed.
is that the motion is that the resourcing in the 2013 budget of a deputy CAO position be removed from the budget.
Sorry, just writing this down. Okay, is that seconded by anybody to remove the deputy CAO? Councillor Malkinson. And Councillor Parzo, do you wish to speak to it first before I open up the floor?
No, basically the same rationale as before. Need to reduce operating budget, find funds for capital needs in the community.
So I'm a little confused. I just want to make sure before, I'm looking at council here. Are you actually, at the end of this, going to make a motion for all this stuff that we've pulled out of operations now to move it into capital? Or are you just trying to reduce operations? And if so...
No, thank you. Good question. I would be, I intend to make a motion that this money be moved into a capital reserve.
Okay, just because I have to put that in context, otherwise why are we doing this? So,
I was just going to
Jim?
say, the motion just carried doesn't speak to what the distribution
No.
of funds will be, whether it will be tax decreases, transfer to capital. It doesn't speak to that. It just speaks about the operation.
Well, my third motion, maybe you can see how it fits, is that the $268,272 saved in operating budget be moved to the 2013 capital budget.
Okay. So we have the motion on the floor right now is to take that funding right now. We have the vacant CAO, deputy CAO position that staff is recommending that we fill. It's been seconded by Councillor Malkinson that we don't fill it, and so we have further discussion. Councillor Wilbur.
If memory serves me right, through your worship, I believe Mr. Street had said that giving our strategic priorities, we wouldn't need to fill that position at this time. Does memory serve me correctly?
I believe he originally said that, and then he came back last budget meeting saying that actually he did need to fill that position based on the strategic priorities and the direction that council has set for this year, and then also in light of that, not put words into Jim's mouth, but after meeting with staff and seeing all of the unused vacation time, because we've been shorter staffed, there's been a lot of extra work piled on the desks of the existing staff, which means they haven't been taking their vacation time that they've been allotted, and so now it's building up and building up. So, Jim, I'm not sure if you want to speak to it, but that's kind of what I recall last budget meeting.
That is what I reported at the last budget meeting. Again, the sky will not fall if this position is not funded. I may subsequently be required to report to you that some of the departmental strategic objectives have not been met because of lack of resourcing. It certainly won't be the council ones. They are the #1 priority. They will get done before any departmental strategy strategic priority is addressed.
Sorry?
I was just going to make the comment that it was around staff vacation and increased workload.
Yeah, if you...
A reason why to support the deputy's position.
Well, that's one of the reasons, and then I mean, we're a very busy community and we're a very busy city hall, and when you look at every meeting, the amount of work that's coming in that staff is doing, the last thing I want to do is get to a point where we feel like staff is having to rush through or do things on the corner of their desk, or feel that now there's objectives every council meeting. When council's setting direction, we're going to have to be always constantly thinking, which we should be anyway, of do we have the staff resources to actually do this? Because every meeting we set 10 more things that we want done by staff, so.
That
So,
being
Jim?
said, Your Worship, I mean, it's certainly true that that position was created for very good reason, just at the turn of the last century, because we were so busy. And we certainly haven't gotten less busy since. On the other hand, every argument you make about that position, Shorty could make about the Florida positions. So,
Yep.
but every argument and counterpoint that was made about the Florida positions could be made about the deputy CAO position.
Okay, so.
Question?
Yep, just want to make sure. No other comments? Okay. So the motion then was to remove the deputy CAO position out of the operating budget and have that position not filled this year. Right, so all those in favor? Opposed? And it's carried. Same three again.
My final, no, it's not my final motion. I'm going to change the order. Another motion is that the request from Staff Sergeant MacDonald for the resources of an additional municipal complement of regular member be denied.
Okay, so for another RCMP member? Jim, where? Yeah, I thought we talked about that already, but
Through your worship,
before I have it seconded.
that is an additional member to the one that is staffed, that was approved a while ago and has just got resourced.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing in the budget about this because we're aware of the time frame. There is the request,
Yeah.
which if you approve, it's going to take more than a year to get that position in place. But if you deny it now, we won't start the process of seeking that.
Sure, but there's no operational savings in this budget because it's not in this
Not
budget.
in this, but in the following. The 2014 budget would have that member in.
So we therefore would be saving money in the net 2014 budget.
Unless a counselor or somebody brings forward in the 2014 budget to add a member, at which point it'll be a year ahead.
The lead time is such that your approval is about a year ahead of when federal approvals are granted and the position is filled.
Yeah.
So your, right now your decision affects 2014.
Shelley?
I do need the decision for the 5-year plan.
Yes.
Makes sense. Okay, so motion is to not look at getting another RCMP member starting next year. Is there any discussion on that? Councilor McFadden?
Well, it pains me, but I have to agree with the motion, Your Worship. I specifically asked this morning the staff sergeant what the number of calls. He said 8,500. They have 5 people on a shift. 85. I know 8,500 is not overworked. I recall having 3 on a shift in my day, and we had 18,000 calls for service. So, and there's nobody who's a more stronger, as you're aware, supporter of what they do than I am. But we have to start changing the way the ship's going here.
Brenda?
I believe we still need a seconder for the motion.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. So Councilor Malkinson is seconding.
Oh, I'm sorry, I spoke.
No, that's my bad. I forgot to call the seconder. I was waiting till Jim spoke before I called for the seconder, so thanks. Any further discussion on this one then? So, no? So all those in favor? Opposed? Same three.
Finally, where does this motion deals with the $278,272 so the motion is that $268,272 be placed in the 2013 capital reserve budget, earmarked for possible airport capital improvements to be determined at a later date by council.
Say that again. Sorry.
Yeah,
He's having-
$268,272 be placed in the 2013 capital budget, with the funds being assigned to capital reserve earmarked for possible airport capital improvements to be determined by council.
Well, a bunch of possibles or maybes in there, but I'm not sure if
Well-
that's a direction that staff can use.
To be set aside, therefore, for capital improvements at the airport.
Shelley?
I'm just
Before I
gonna ask-
second her again.
I'm just going to ask for clarification. So, what I heard you say is put it in a reserve, but the airport capital items that council will decide on will be decided later in this year's process or later in another year's process?
This year's, not this year's process, in subsequent year, because we won't have time to.
That's what
determine.
That's why I was wanting to find out too. Yeah.
Because I would still need, if you had it tagged for, if council decided to tag this money for future airport equipment or maintenance, I still need those projects over the 5 years. So that would be at the next meeting after, when I bring the 5-year capital to you, it will have what the director recommended over the 5 years. And then that decision point will have to be made at that meeting.
Yeah.
If it's carried.
Yeah.
Well, let's find out if there's a seconder first of all. Okay, Councillor McFadden.
I'd like to speak to the motion. The loss of, well, let's put it the other way. Fort St. John getting the WestJet service has certainly raised some concerns among many citizens about the airport, and council is on record as saying it will do whatever it can to try to improve the operations of the airport. In fact, there was some articles in last week's paper about that. I think it is so reflecting that council's statements, I thought it might be a good thing to do to designate these operating savings towards the airport, to be determined later by council what the specifics are. But I think one of the hopes is that we can find a carrier who might provide early morning service to Vancouver or Calgary, and an evening service. So we have a better schedule that works for people. And that might require, for instance, the provision of an overnight hangar. We don't know. But having set aside some money so that the airport manager and Councillor McFadden can explore things with possible carriers so that we can improve our airport services here. It might be good that they know that there is some funds that might leverage a new carrier to the community. So that's my thinking. Otherwise, I would have just made the motion to put it into capital reserves rather than just designate them for the airport. So that's my thinking.
I would agree with you if there had been a carrier that had knocked on the door and said, if you had a hangar, we'd be coming here. I know we've had numerous calls with these other groups, and that hasn't been the case. And I'm just going to play devil's advocate with you for a minute, just somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but we had a really extensive, lengthy report this morning about geothermal, which your comments were we shouldn't be spending any money on any project until water and sewer are done. So if we're going to, just kind of interested that we'd want to put money now into a project, but we don't know what the project is, and I just struggle with that a little bit. We actually spent a whole bunch of time, money, community involvement around consultation on what we want to do at the airport, as well as everything else. And we actually have the short, medium, and long-term plans. Sounds like we're vetting past that process a little bit, possibly, because I think council needs to determine what we want to do on those mid-range priorities, which one's going to be a priority. We haven't even determined that yet. So, and I think from what I hear from Shelley is we'd have to make a decision on what we're doing. And I remember most of the mid-range plans were quite expensive, and it would take a couple of years of not doing this to save up to. But anyway, that's my comments on that for now. But Jim?
Yeah, through your worship, on that topic, you could identify a project that is more than this money, for instance, the hangar, and simply identify that you are reserving money until you now have enough money to build a hangar. I mean, you can address that.
Yeah.
I'll just remind you, so that it doesn't, not that council necessarily takes the recommendations of the administration, but the administrative recommendation is if you were to eliminate the floater positions in the DCAO position, our recommendation is that you apply that saving to the commercial tax rate and lower it. Just to remind.
And that was something that staff, I think, had already brought up if you look through there, right? Because if there's any savings, we should continue, for economic development reasons, continue lowering the tax rate for commercial. So, Cheryl.
Yeah, I'm against earmarking it for the airport.
Oh, okay, that's it? Okay. Any other comments?
I'd like to
Sue?
take the recommendation from staff for input towards the taxes.
Okay, well, so if that, just for process, if that's the case, this would have to be
I think we need
defeated.
to talk about this.
Yeah, exactly. It is, and that, I mean, I do get a little nervous when, you know, we have staff who put a lot of time and effort into the recommendations around the budget based on past information from council. Now all of a sudden, it just like that, we're making decisions with no information really other than one person's opinion, so.
The reason for the administrative recommendation is exactly that council has worked diligently over a number of years to reduce the ratio between residential and commercial, to reduce split of total taxes paid, so it is more like 50-50 between residential and commercial, and to frankly bring your business rate closer to Fort St. John's. So that's the only reason we made that recommendation. That it will move you closer to all three objectives if you were to lower the business rate. So that's how the recommendation gets in front of you. But on the topic of discussing this further, we need to know at the end of today what the tax rates proposed are, what the capital works proposed are, because we need to get public presentation documents ready. We will at the end of today need to know what we're taking to the public. After public consultation, all changes are still on the table. Council can decide whatever they want based on the input they hear. But you really can't change things between the day you say this is what we're taking to the public and the day of the public meeting, because there just isn't time.
No, this is the meeting that we have to be prepared for the changes that you wanted, so. Councillor Kenny, and then.
So could we change that that motion?
Probably not, because that's not a friendly amendment. That's a full-out change on the direction, so you'd want to defeat that, unless Brenda tells me I'm wrong. You want to defeat that and make a whole different motion, right?
I vote on the original motion
Yes.
first.
So, Councillor Malcolmson?
Well, as much as I appreciate Councillor McFadden and Councillor Parslow's advocations towards airport improvements, I think that the money would be better suited to be in just a general capital reserve. So I'm not sure if there's any support for this or not, but I would like to amend the current motion to removing reference to earmarking for future airport improvements. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, but unfortunately, what Shelley was just saying is you can't do that. We have to have, if you're going to have a capital reserve, it has to be identified for a specific project. You can't just say we're...
Well, I wasn't thinking the establishment of a new capital.
Or what? Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm on line.
I was saying some sort of just... do we have a general capital reserve fund?
Mm-hmm.
Through your worship, yes, we do.
That one.
And yes, you could just put it in general capital reserve.
Sorry, I thought you were still speaking specific to the airport, and I thought we wanted to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, that's the amendment I'd like to propose. I'm not sure if there's any support for it at all, but yeah.
That amendment is in order. That's not contrary to the primary intents.
Yeah, because it's still capital. So we have a motion to amend the motion to basically take out airport, and that would just go into capital reserve. So we need a seconder for that.
Yes.
Do we have a seconder?
Too bad. Too bad, so sad.
Okay, so no seconder, so sorry, it's dead on the floor.
Screw you, Duncan. I'm just kidding.
So with that, we've got the original motion.
Which is, again...
original motion right now is on the floor from Councillor Parslow, seconded by Councillor Malkinson. That, wasn't it? Oh, sorry, McFadden, my apologies. The other one was Malkinson. Was to take this savings that we have through the operational cuts we just made and put it into the capital for the airport. Right, any further question? So it's specific to the airport is what he's saying. Okay, so all those in favor? Sorry, let me see those hands, please. So, all those in favor? Okay, opposed? And it is carried, so it's going into capital reserves specific to the airport. Same three again. Councillor Parson.
Just a question for process. So the tax rate stays as was presented because we haven't changed
Assuming there are no
Assuming, I was just gonna say, anybody else can make a motion at any time, council, to change that.
So, as you know, I've getting some more information on a few aspects. I will be able to make further motions at a subsequent date to amend the motion, to amend the budget, recognizing that it wouldn't be I wouldn't be changing the totality. It would be moving money from operating into some.
But that's problematic under the 5-year plan, what we're gonna take forward. But, Jim?
After today, the next opportunity to do that would be after public consultation.
Yeah.
The materials as okayed at the end of today will go to public presentation, including detail. Available to anyone who wants it is all the line items and that sort of thing. But after the public meeting, it is normal for council to make additional changes to the budget. It's very rare that there are none made after public consultation.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, because that's always a good time after we've, in my opinion, to make changes after we've heard from the community. Anyway. Making too many changes beforehand because you might be making changes that the community actually wanted. Yeah. On that, I believe, Councillor Parsley, you are done.
Yes, I am.
Stuff. Okay, so I want to look around the room to anybody else. Councillor McFadden.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm looking at page 104 of the budget, and it talks about community grants and, I guess, fee for service would be FFS, eh?
Fee for service, yeah.
I'm looking down at tourism, 333,000, visitor center, 77. I'm wondering, what do we get for $300,000?
So I'm turning over that to Jim. Yeah.
Through your worship, you get the activities that are brought to you every year and that you approve. You already have tourism's
contract
this year.
Yep.
It's a basket of services, everything from greeting services to tourism development activities of all kinds. But there's a separate report to you each year on that. You have a 5-year contract with Northern BC Tourism Association. It expires in April 2016. The condition of that contract is that tourism brings you their work plan and budget, usually in the fall, and you okay it for the next year's budget, and that's where you get the figures that you see here. The 2013 figures, I think, are actually the same budget as 2012.
Yeah, but
There's no increase.
I have to actually speak to the tourism manager with that because it was a 5-year plan and their fiscal year is different than ours. So we just need to recheck those numbers because I think I might have taken last year's her 12-13, applied it to our 13 when we should be looking at 13-14. But I think the difference is around 10 to 12,000.
So, Councillor, I'm not sure.
No, I just was curious. I see we're at 333,000 plus 77 more for the visitor center. Is that the train station or is that downtown?
The 2010 numbers also. The 2013 numbers that Shelley has are.
Look at the far left, not the right.
347,551 and 81,953.
Hold the phone here. Oh, 347?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and 81. I see it. So, who pays for the train station? We do?
Yes.
That's the 81,000 for the train. I call it the train station.
Yeah, through your worship. Yes, it is. It's part of the same contract.
Yeah.
And basically, it's got 3 budget components. One is for tourism, which includes a $24,000 administration fee to the regional. It used to be called Narada, whatever, but that's included in that 347. And then 81,000 to run the visitor information center.
Out of the museum.
Out of the museum. And that's all in the same contract.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions from council then, or any changes that are suggested? None?
Well, I could ask a couple more, I guess.
Well, this is the time to ask them because I mean,
This,
the
is
ones
it-
that I have, I'm waiting until I hear,
All right.
until after I have the public consultation meeting, because back to my point of, I don't want to take something out of the budget and then have a bunch of people show up saying, how come this isn't in the budget, and then we have to change it back. But if there's specific, you want to know what you're voting on or agreeing on today to take out to the public on March 5th. That's the important thing about today.
I can't find it in here now, but it's about Councillor Schumann's carbon neutral fund. My understanding was that the provincial.
No,
Well,
it was, actually, in all fairness, Councillor McFadden voted in favor of that.
I apologize, Councillor, it was off course. My understanding is that the provincial government at one point said, if you don't do this, we're going to fine you. As a result of that, council started putting away money into a carbon offset or neutral.
We created a carbon fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can someone explain that to me again, then, please?
Sorry, what do you want? Okay.
These are two different things. You have a policy that establishes a carbon fund. So each department is charged for their emissions. And that money is put into a reserve for capital expenditure that can be expended on the criteria you set as a council. So it never leaves your hands. And it is, the criteria say that it will be some project that reduces your emissions and hence your expenditures. So that's your internal mechanism. In addition to that, you signed on to the Partners for Climate Action agreement with the provincial government that said you would become carbon neutral by 2012, either by reducing your emissions to zero or by purchasing carbon offsets for the amount of your remaining emissions after 2012. You had to do all this baseline work. That is the agreement that at one time the provincial government, it's not that they were fining, it was that they would withhold revenue of that amount if they were funding you. So in places where the funding envelope comes entirely from the province, like education, that money is moved off the books automatically. In cases like ours, where you may or may not get a grant, the time that they could take that money off of your grant would be if you got a grant. So you might never lose anything because you never got anything, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay.
But the commitment was to purchase offsets. You worked through a process where you looked at the various offset suppliers and you made a separate decision to purchase them from the Pacific Carbon Trust. This is council made these decisions, not Councillor Schumann.
I know that was
since the time of the original Partners for Climate Change document, government priorities have changed, money's become a lot tighter in the provincial government. And so there's been a couple of effects. The first is grant programs have nearly entirely disappeared. And so what used to be a condition of your grant, actually still is, carbon neutrality is a condition of most of the grants under Build Canada, except there's no money in Build Canada anymore and there's no intake for applications, so it's the requirement makes no difference. So there is, until those grant programs are reinstalled, we don't know whether that will continue to be a requirement or not. We have no idea. Also, the government has messaged out that they're willing to look at alternatives to purchasing offsets. Now, they haven't okayed any of those yet because nobody's made an application yet, but we could certainly do that. It's our belief internally that you could probably put the same amount of money into your own internal carbon fund, and the government might well accept that as carbon neutrality for the time being. But we haven't had that confirmed, and right now there's nobody to ask in government because they're all running for election. And a new government, I have to tell you, if it comes from the other side of the house, they've made it clear that they intend to require the full obligations of the Climates and Partner Change Agreement on those who signed it. And you signed that voluntarily. They did not twist your arm. You put your corporate signature on that. You obligated yourself.
Is there something with our CARIC too? We signed and so we get that back?
You could. It's also a requirement of the CARET funding that you won't get it back unless you are carbon neutral by 2012. But again, there's some messaging from the province that alternative schemes would be looked at, but none have been okayed. And it's functionally impossible for any to be okayed before the provincial government election, because no one there will make a decision right now. I'm sure future MLA Bernier, sitting on the government side, will have an answer for us on that. But MLA Leckstrom, at the moment, doesn't.
Thank you.
Is that clear as mud?
Clear
Pretty much.
as Councillor Malkinson.
This is a complete curiosity, Your Worship. Ms. Haycock this morning mentioned painting on the outside of the rail station, but it was mentioned to me by I think a couple of people that were saying that the outside of the art gallery is starting to look a little bit
Very poor,
yeah. And I was wondering when capital improvements are, well, that would be a capital improvement, right? Painting are expected there.
Capital improvements there are ongoing right now, but
I mean, specifically the painting.
There is actually something in the 5-year about that.
I think it will come forward in the 5-year.
Okay.
I haven't put the 5-year together,
There's
but I know
both
it's
roofing
there.
and exterior painting.
It's been there for a while.
Cool.
yeah.
It's an extraordinarily costly thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
And it will be costlier this time because the last contractor who did it was determined after a long process to not be compliant with WorkSafe requirements. To paint a structure that size, you actually have to have an engineer give you a plan on how you're safely going to do it, and that plan has to be okayed by WorkSafe engineers. And so for that reason, it's a whole lot more than the paint and labor.
You talking the train station or the
No, the art
The art
gallery.
gallery.
The elevator. Oh yeah, that's a big job.
Yeah.
It's a lot of capacity needed for a company to pull off a job like that.
Yeah.
Okay, Charlie?
This is just an education piece, given this past conversation. So when does painting move over from maintenance to being a capital project in the city? Is there a threshold for dollar
didn't-
value of the work, or?
Well, through your worship, painting can be cosmetic, in which case it is an operational matter, or it can be necessary to the preservation of the asset, in which case it's a capital item, regardless really of money.
Okay.
And Shelley?
Yeah, also it's in the tangible capital asset policy, if you want to read that up on that.
About the difference between.
I'll refresh
It's
myself.
called a
on that.
betterment,
Yeah,
and there are thresholds for that.
yeah.
Just before we leave the sustainability discussion, I just wanted to bring council's attention to the deferred projects on the energy efficiencies. They were in page 150, 151, 152. The energy manager has a number of projects that he had recommended, but they were deferred due to funding. And I just wanted council's discussion on whether they wanted any of the money that is put aside in the carbon reserve used to possibly address some of these projects. If they don't, that's fine.
Shelley,
So-
on that, then how much, and so I don't have to go looking for it, because I know you'll know exactly where it is, what's in the carbon fund right now? Because I know we had discussions around some of that being used for the Calvin Crook Center for some of the energy efficiencies that were going to happen there.
So from the 2012 amount, there's 217.5 left. 348.5 is tagged for 2013, but that might change once we finalize our 2012 carbon emissions, but it's about 350. So you have about $550,000 that will be sitting there.
Okay, Councillor Schumann?
So we're looking at the heat recovery, hot water, heat recovery for snow melt pit, heat recovery for space heating. Those are the projects we're looking at.
And what page are you on, Council?
That's
151.
Okay.
151?
Yes,
Is
plus
that
there's a number of them on 152.
Yeah.
Actually, they're consolidated on 152. including the annual estimated savings.
Oh, yeah. So you could do all of them for 153 to save 33.
That
Yeah.
is, that is.
That's
the
electrical.
The natural gases, and I understand why you wouldn't want to see
Oh, I didn't notice those ones.
decreases in the use of natural gas. But apparently you intend to leave that job in any event.
Got 3 more weeks?
For a total of $353,000 in expenditure, the estimate is that you would save $85,000 annually. So basically, you are looking at a 5-year recovery on spending that money, and these projects virtually certainly qualify under your own policy about how you spend that carbon fund money. That was the whole reason behind the carbon fund. Internal carbon fund. Set aside money, spend it to save money. That was the whole concept.
So, if I can, just for a quick question while Jim's on this then, explain to me why electrical is operational and natural gas is capital.
That's a good question. I don't actually think that's true.
I'm not sure of what they did specifically. I just know that, you know, if you have one project at 16,000, it's probably going to be put into operational. But it's, you know, they basically consolidated the projects together. So it's $150,000. $150,000 is significant, okay? Whether it gets accounted for operationally or capital at the end of the accounting cycle, that's when the determination is made. But because the dollars are significant, it's put forward as one item.
Okay, Cheryl, you want to finish?
Well, and is there any consideration given, like obviously when we increase our energy efficiency with regards to natural gas use, we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, whereas if we reduce our, or we increase our efficiency with lighting, we're not actually reducing our natural gas.
Yeah. That's why there is
Or our,
carbon.
Our greenhouse gas emissions.
It's different, and if you talk to the energy manager, he can give you all the technical detail behind the intensity of the savings. But hydro is clean energy, but he is funded by BC Hydro,
yes,
right? And that commitment to fund that position is significant as well. So,
if you look at the report, it is estimating that the natural gas projects would save 201 tons of emission, and also generate an additional $20,000 in savings on carbon tax. That is assuming, I think that's an annualized amount. I think that's in a year of operation after the project is complete.
Yeah. You only save 7 tons with the electricity.
So do you need a motion to direct those carbon funds into this list, or this list into the carbon fund?
Yes, you would, because right now they're not funded in this or the 5-year plan until council makes a determination, right?
I so move. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think. Okay, well, Councillor Schumann will make the motion, Parslow seconding, because I think that's where we were going.
Yeah, whatever.
I think you might want Councillor Parslow to make the motion so that the next time we have this discussion, Councillor McFadden will blame Councillor Parslow for it.
No, this makes this use, it makes sense. There's a 3-year recovery. You know what I mean? It's a
business case to it.
Pardon?
There's a business case
good
to
business
it.
case to it. It's not. And if Terry disagrees with me, we'll have a drink over it and we'll talk about it civilly.
I'm just waiting for you to make a motion that the $80,000 saved goes to the airport. But,
there are emotions and philosophies around some of the terms, but any business who said, let's just reserve a little bit of cash every year out of our revenues, let's use it to spend on ways that will decrease our expenses into the future.
Call it whatever you want, it's smart.
Pretty hard to argue against them.
Yeah.
You remember what?
I don't see the 20 tons. Somebody talked about 20 tons.
It was the tons of emissions saved. It's actually 201. If we do these projects, 201 just on the natural gas, so it's 208 in change all total between that and the electrical if we do all of them. So, Shelley?
yeah, through your worship, I just want to confirm that you're looking at both the lists of projects for a total of 363,000.
I believe that was the motion.
And the carbon fund sits at?
The carbon fund's about $500,000, so you still have a couple $100,000 there to carry over. Okay, any discussion on that further? No? So all those in favor then? Opposed? And it's carried. So he doesn't get his geothermal, but he gets everything else today. He's a happy guy. Cheryl.
And just for sake of saying so, this money couldn't have been spent on any other thing like the airport or it had to
Lighting
go
at the
towards-
airport.
Oh, it could
Yeah,
through
but
resolution of council.
But no,
Nope.
the carbon fund,
No.
we have specifics around what the carbon fund.
We could,
You would have to
council
change
could.
it.
We'd have to
dissolve
change
the
our
carbon
we have a
fund.
policy
Council
that
would
says
have
it
to
won't.
make
Yes.
that direction to change the policy as well as the reserve.
Implicit in the resolution, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Changed out the runway lights.
Charlie.
Yeah, so I'm glad Shelley brought this up because I thought this was already funded. I didn't realize that we had to make a decision about the application of the carbon funding. So I missed that completely when I went through these, how many hundreds of pages? 200 pages on this vote.
And no offense intended, but there's probably more that we missed as well. There's just a lot in there. So.
Well, yeah, I'm sure there is. Well, there is a lot of stuff I need to get more information on, but there's a lot of work for staff. They do a great job, and I really appreciate, you know, I mean, it's a balance between just burdening staff with more work, right? But there's also, you've got to know what you're proving.
Go ahead, Shelley.
Yeah, so I just have a few more things to ask of council on my side for direction going forward. So in the original budget report, I talked about debt servicing, costing it out, and the proposal that's included in the 2013 plan, and how much that debt servicing will cost. Do you remember that section of the budget?
Mhm.
Okay, I won't go through it. So what my concern was is that the debt servicing to do with the general fund was within the internal policy as well as the provincial regulation. That was not an issue. But when we get to borrowing for the water fund and the sewer fund, it actually increases the debt servicing amount over the internal
15.
policy of 15%.
Yeah.
Not the provincial, just the internal.
Not the provincial, just the internal. So the water debt servicing goes to 20.5% of the budget, and sewer is 21.8% of the budget. Now that is based on a 20-year debenture, current rates on a 20-year 3.87%, and that's compared to short-term interim rates of 1.72%. So when you do a drawdown, or if you hold it in the short term, there's a 2% gap. So the one thing I need from council is that, yes, we will go forward with this to the alternate electoral approval, even though it goes over the 15% internal
Assuming that
policy.
you don't hear significant public pushback to the reverse. Like, this is what we're talking about taking it to the public, as you have agreed that, subject to their input, you take this to the alternate elector approval process, even though it exceeds your internal policy in those two utilities.
Yeah. Charlie.
So I'm just, questions on process. We just had a discussion here around the carbon fund, and should we make a decision that we want to put that carbon money somewhere else, we would have to, in a resolution, amend the policy prior to the motion to move the dollars. So do we need two motions here? Do we need a motion to amend our debt policy?
No.
Why the difference then?
You're not amending it. You're, what's the?
Waiving it.
Waiving it in this circumstance.
So
Because it's core infrastructure, it's necessary for these capital works. Council at this time understands, that's the first thing that I need you to affirm for me, is that you are going over the limit that's recommended in the policy. If that's affirmative and you go ahead, that's fine too. But it needs to be on record that we have this policy, and in this instance, for this capital project, we are willing to go to
Yeah, we're not amending or
electoral
changing the
approval.
policy. We're just
That's right.
waiving it
Just
in this
waiving it,
situation.
yeah. And that's-
It's intended to apply again in future years, that's the difference.
Yeah.
With the carbon fund purchasing, you would be making a change that would be permanent to how it could be spent.
What?
Thanks, yeah. Keep going.
I'll just clarify one more thing. Anytime you have a reserve set up by council, which the carbon fund reserve is, it needs council approval to expend money out of it.
In any event.
In any event, it's totally different than another policy. This is a reserve policy, so they're two totally different policies.
So, what were the amounts again? The 5 points something for sewer, is it? Well, how much were the two amounts?
Percentage.
The internal policy is 15%
No, I
of the
wasn't
budget.
talking about the percentage, the dollar amounts.
Cost
The
by
dollar
penny
amounts
for sewer.
of these projects that you're...
Of the debt servicing? Or are you talking about the carbon fund?
No, I'm not talking about the carbon fund.
Okay.
And I'm not talking about the ceiling of 15% and going up to 20-odd%.
How much is the debt servicing?
What is the dollar amount that we, after consultation with the public, we go to reverse referendum on our alternatives?
How much we're going to borrow?
Oh, okay.
5.280.
Yeah, for sewer, right?
For sewer and 4 million
Thank you.
for water.
Minor correction, 3.5 on the water, because we have 500,000 in reserve from last year. And the sewer was 5 million.
Okay, and what is the water money going to be used for?
A couple of meetings ago, we passed those for the north part of town.
Oh, that part.
For the
Oh,
Rand Reservoir.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
Treated reservoir.
I would so move whatever she needs.
No.
You might want to be a little bit more prescriptive there.
Sorry, I won't take that.
You'd be ready for that.
Yeah, not good.
No, it has to be specific, sorry.
And we can all get in trouble with one like that, so. You want to jump in, Cheryl?
I would move that we waive our internal policy for this instance, going above and beyond the percentage that we...
To allow the borrowing debt servicing for the project.
I'll second that.
Subject to electoral.
Subject to, yeah. So Councillor Wilbur is seconding that. Any questions then? We know what this one is. Yeah. Okay, so all those in favor? Anyone opposed? This one's carried. First one unanimously, I think.
No, it was the carbon one. Energy efficient.
Oh, okay. Anything else, Shelley, that you wanted to highlight before we go around the room, see how we can change it more on you?
Yeah, the only other thing that I had noted is that the fair share funding report, that because it hasn't, any direction is not being given from that report, it cannot be, no changes to this plan at this time will be made because of that report. It's common sense, pretty much. But.
Thanks. Okay, so anything else from anybody on council that would like changes made at this time before it goes to the public officially at the March 5th meeting for comments? Jim?
Hearing none, Your Worship, I've got a couple of just items. One is about presentation. Many of you were in Prince George last year at the NCLGA. Saw presentations by Jerry Berry. And some of we are attempting to include in this year's public information some of the kind of pie chart stuff that he did. You would come back and reported that you really liked the pie chart comparisons he did on monthly charges for various things. So we're trying to work some of that in. Second thing, the flat tax has come up several times now. As you know, it's a source of confusion. Certainly nothing can be done about it this year, but Shelley and I will be bringing you a report a little bit about the history of why we have a flat tax, what it's meant to accomplish, and whether you want it going forward or not.
Okay, thanks. So seeing no other comments, we should have a motion then from council to take this budget out, this budget as amended today. We need to direct staff to formulate all the information to bring to the community on March 5th. So, Councillor Kenny, you're moving that. Okay, seconded by Councillor Malkinson. Any final discussions then on this before we vote on it, everyone? Because this will be what, I mean, as I said, we can make changes afterwards, obviously, after we talk to the community.
I'm looking forward to the meeting. It's going to be good. It's a good process.
Okay, so seeing none, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? And it's carried. I'm banging my microphone. I don't know if there's any other comments then that we need to, or motions that are needed in the budget meeting. So on that, we'll have a motion to adjourn. Councillor Kenny, Councillor Schumann, all those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Nobody wanted to stay? I guess it's carried. Good. Thanks, everyone.
2:30.